Welcome everyone. Welcome to our participants. Welcome to our audience. Today we continue our conference, Language and Culture in Post-Maidan Ukraine, Transformations at Work, and also begin our second conference, Higher Education Reform in Post-Maidan Ukraine. As yesterday, today we also have participants joining us from many countries and from many research institutions around the world. Our audience is also very diverse and active in our online communication. Let us continue our intellectual exchange live and in cyberspace. Allow me now to introduce our keynote speaker today, Professor Jerry Kachur from the University of Alberta, Faculty of Education. Dr. Kachur is a professor in the Department of Educational Policy Studies at the University of Alberta and specializes in comparative political theology and social theory of education and its intersection with the global political economy. His key interests include globalization, empire, and the politics of knowledge, liberalism and socioeconomic inequality, intellectual property rights, and the commercialization of higher education, religion, violence, and public pedagogy, and the history and philosophy of critical social science. He has co-edited Contested Classrooms, Education, Globalization, and Democracy in Alberta, as well as Educational Reform and the Role of Teachers' Union, a comparison of the United States, Canada, Japan, Korea, Mexico, and Argentina. Dr. Kachur has been recognized for the liberal virus in critical pedagogy, Beyond, Anti-This and That, Postmodernism, and Three Problems, and the Idea of Communism in the Journal for Critical Education Policy Studies. Dr. Kachur's keynote presentation is entitled Neo-Capitalism and the Geopolitics of Ukrainian Higher Education Reform. Welcome, Dr. Kachur.
Thank you, Alla. You might think I came to this research on Ukraine because of my personal identifications with Slavic culture or my Canadian heritage on my father's side, or my undergraduate education in history. And I am here on the same kind of dual track. However, this assumption would only be partially true in keeping with my own interest, yet inadequate linguistic capital that resulted from my own socialization and into any specific kin-based community. My hybridic commitments, at one hand, and to a variety of cultural dispositions, or maybe I am Ukrainian, or Ukraine in a certain way, part Byzantine, part Scandinavian, part Mongolian, part indigenous. Most of the pure thinking people, and the thinking breeds themselves, usually think about themselves in the original without mixing, without external influence. I envy those people, for they seem to know who they really are, because I do not. Unless calling myself Canadian answers the question for you, but it doesn't answer much of anything if you know anything at all about Canada. I hope I'm not presumptive about developments in the post-Maidan Ukraine, not knowing much about it at all, and still judging that I'm for or against something. I bring an outsider's perspective, no doubt, and believe that Ukrainians must do things for themselves, in their own interests and with their own understandings and actions. On the other hand, outsider knowledge should not be underestimated in importance. A close colleague of mine, a department chair at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, Fatma Gök, used to ask me daily when I worked there over a couple of summers, Jerry, tell me something about Turkey that I don't know, emphasizing that she recognized she was blinded by living too close to a social situation and too committed to a particular political goal. Of course, social research must always start with the facts of the case, however simplistic a cliche this might sound. It is a duty to start with demonstration grounded in concrete existence and generalize our deductions with sound and consistent logic, knowing that the social sciences are primarily inductive in their explanations, at best probabilistic in their orientation or adequately plausible via explanatory competition with competing facts. Always remember that no number of facts can make a case, and more than one theory can explain those same facts. And yet so often there's very theoretical debate on these issues and challenging the assumptions that we work with, whether they are based on our deductions or our demonstrations or the gap between those two, which I'm focusing on more, because that gap can be filled with many things: our cultural background, our religion, our political interests, a whole range of factors that do not come up for contestation because we take them for granted. So this paper is primarily, or may seem to be primarily, theoretical or naively not about teacher training, but be certain that it is about teacher training, my own experience and others, and is based on reviewing about 150 English language articles on Ukraine, but also observing events from a distance and watching the news from a variety of perspectives, and listening to my colleagues and collaborators on the RIDRU project, led by Olenka Bilash. These colleagues and collaborators I would necessarily defer to if pressed to give the nuances of translation or the correct pronunciation, even of my own name, given the specificity of their own learning and their grounded knowledge, which I just don't have. Sufficient to say, I grant most researchers in Ukraine, if you are listening, more of the same respect, for as I said and will say, whatever I say, that Ukrainians must do for themselves in their own interests and with their understanding and actions. And if you capture even one thought from my comments, then that is a good thing. I just want to read directly a bit of a narrative for you, because you're all familiar with it, but it is connected to what I'm talking about. In 2001, a group of Al-Qaeda Islamic terrorists, mostly Saudis, bombed the Twin Towers in New York and Pentagon in Washington, D.C. The Saudis were protected by the fundamentalist Pashtun Taliban in Afghanistan, and most likely funded primarily by Saudi Arabian oil money. In October 2001, the US and UK launched Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan to get Al-Qaeda leader and Saudi Osama bin Laden. By the end of the year, the UN Security Council had secured Kabul, and Hamid Karzai was selected interim administrator, and in 2003 he was elected president of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. It seems strange that related events in the region didn't end there, and it still continues today. Following 9/11, the American administration under George Bush II enacted the neoconservative ideas generated by the Project for the New American Century. This included the prompt preparation and then invasion and occupation of Iraq in 2003. The Americans toppled and executed the secular nationalist Ba'athist leader Saddam Hussein in 2006, and American conservatives revisioned in practice that Europe would now be divided between old Europe, the original EU, and new Europe, the post-Soviet East. And they were right. On the economic front in Iraq, oil wells were protected, but on the academic front, ancient archaeology and antiquity museums were not. Mysteriously, so it seemed, looted artifacts made their way as commodities into a booming commercial luxury market from New York to Dubai and Los Angeles to Shanghai. Interestingly, international organizations rallied to the cause, and antiquities experts at the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute unveiled a new website to document the status of the looted artifacts and make life difficult for those who traffic in stolen goods. This was my first mention of universities, but not yet. Also, American corporations like Microsoft and Cisco and American universities saw the University of Baghdad and Babylon University and others as an investment priority to provide needed infrastructure and services for the revolution we call today the neoliberal university. Now, I'm not particularly fond of the concept neoliberal because I think it's used mainly as an ideological weapon where people throw it around either for or against it in very unique ways and open to many interpretations. But I have a very specific definition of neoliberalism, and I don't have time to go into that. But since neo-capitalism is in the title, I want to talk a little bit about that, coming from Luc Boltanski's notion of neo-capitalism as a third wave of capitalism. And in my sense, in thinking about neo-capitalism, I think we are in a new phase, and it is no longer neoliberal, at least at the center. That is at best authoritarian and now moving into militaristic forms. So I think the concept neoliberalism is a little bit weak, and I think we have to be careful with it. Nevertheless, the model of the neoliberal university has some very specific characteristics, and I'm not going to go into too much today, but you'll get some sense of it as I talk about it. Today, for example, with universities, and University of Alberta is like this also, the University of Purdue was one of hundreds of universities that now has 60 countries and 400 programs for its students to study abroad at. It has an office for the corporate and global partnerships at university research, and it has procedures for developing research and development science parks and commodifying new findings. Not only will it provide you with a way to become a global academic, you can become an educational entrepreneur and learn how to commercialize your technology via intellectual property rights, trademarks, patents, copyright, and a whole range of others. Working at the University of Alberta is not quite different, as I've learned, with its commitment to intellectual property and global internationalism. So, in my reviewing of what was happening in universities in Iraq, then later in Kabul, Afghanistan, as well as in the former Yugoslavia, and especially in exploring the German and American split over Bosnia-Herzegovina, and following NATO's bombing of Serbia, I concluded that university military industrial complex, as coined by Stanford University's Joel Samoff in the late 1990s, has become deeply integrated into a new way of delivering the knowledge economy to the people, or the colonized, blurring the distinctions between making knowledge, making money, and now making war. And if you are already seeing some interesting parallels in Ukraine, it is not a coincidence. In my research, I had already concluded that these military adventures in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, and Iraq were not wars of a traditional sort, but more like police actions for American empire. According to Mary Kaldor in New and Old Wars in a Revolutionary Thesis that has been widely influential, she points out that the organized violence in the global era is a transnational phenomenon, and international peacekeeping is a cosmopolitan law enforcement, and that old war thinking in Afghanistan and Iraq created more problems than it solved. After the Iraq invasion, I began to wonder where were the Americans going next. My answer came from Polish-American Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter's former security advisor, in my rereading of his 1997 book, The Grand Chessboard. With insights from my research on transnational global relationships between war, neo-capitalism, and university reform, I simply found Brzezinski fascinating to reread. He suggested that the U.S. should create new pressures to break up Russia, and the hammer to the hot metal would be Ukraine. Those who controlled Ukraine controlled Russia. Those who controlled Russia controlled Middle Eastern oil. It wasn't so much about the oil, as Peter Gowan pointed out, but rather its leverage. This oil was also central with the intent to debilitate a European challenge and to constrain a rising China. In my mind, anyway, next it was Ukraine. This began my Black Sea research with my first stops in Ukraine in 2005 at the Lviv Hotel, where I was housed with NATO military personnel when NATO was not supposed to be in Ukraine. Or at least that is what I had read. In fact, it proudly was displayed on a newspaper clipping that NATO had used the hotel even before 2005. In Ankara, Turkey, on May 15th, 2013, I presented a paper called Civilizing Barbarism for Neo-Capitalism, the Neoconservative Turn and the Rise of Corporate Paternalism in Education. The country was tense, Arab Spring was elsewhere, and the secular intelligentsia was smoldering with resentment because of impending new restrictions on the arts and alcohol. I left the country with a premonition of a harsher turmoil. On May 28, 2013, a week later, Gezi Park in Taksim Square in Istanbul exploded with protesters and gripes about the president, his son's real estate deals, and neoliberal profiteering. The events also created the split between Erdogan and Gulen, who was fingered lately as the leader of the failed coup this summer in 2016. So the conflict has continued since then, to a point that I decided not to work in Turkey this year because of the terrorism, as well as the war in Syria, as well as the coup, the government crackdown, and Erdogan's massive purges of state officials and the intelligentsia, including school teachers and university professors, and over the summer accounting possibly 70,000 people or more who lost their positions. In 2013, before I left Canada for Turkey, a Moroccan PhD student in his graduate class asked a question about Arab Spring, and I said it wouldn't stay isolated in Tunisia or Egypt, and was most likely next to end up in Syria, or more directly, and very different and in unpredictable and unimaginable ways. I also alerted my Turkish friends that their president would soon be in Syria if he wasn't already, and there they were surprised to learn that officially there were already so-called boots on the ground. And where next after Turkey, this student asked me. Ukraine, I said. Watch for Ukraine. And so on November 21st, 2013, Euromaidan. The same student headed to my office. Did you hear the news about Ukraine? He asked. You were right. Luck, I said. Later, I related the story to a Latvian colleague in Riga, and she told me jokingly, Jerry, you should come to Latvia next. I'm careful. They might think that I'm actually causing these things, but I'm not. The logics of practice in Ukraine are different than Turkey or Latvia, but following Pierre Bourdieu, we can still identify them. And it was obvious before Euromaidan that Ukraine would be different than Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, or Iraq. It would not be Arab Spring, but it would follow some consistent logics. Now recall, Russia had reasserted itself against the American Eagle's vision of an old and new Europe. And with militarization of Central Europe, passivity of the Russian bear was no longer guaranteed. Vladimir Putin's signal, one of many, was his intervention in Georgia, South Ossetia, and Abkhazia. This Russian intervention was a message to Ukraine, not to attempt anything silly, and from that point on, the Ukrainian wish to become part of a new Europe was quite possibly and simply a bridge too far, which is an American movie from way back in World War II. And it was a bridge too far. For American empire and the EU are not that interested in Ukraine anymore, and I think that's interesting, but we've had some time, about 3 years, for that to be understood. Too many contingencies, yes, also might now intervene. Even university reform under the shelter of some kind of micropolitics and bureaucratic re-regulation might hide changes from government surveillance and maybe, some imagined, EU regulatory change under the guidance of the Bologna Agreement would just slip under the shadow of a moon. For few seem to realize and recognize the real pull of the Soviet university model and the gravitational forces of the university systems in Russia that continue to this day undermining, for example, Erasmus, with its sheer inertia and numbers. Laying down the new American model for university reform would not work as it did in Sarajevo, Kabul, or Baghdad. The Bologna process and EU and the Troika influence also caught up in the sovereignty crisis and the so-called pigs waiting to fall: Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain. Furthermore, American neoconservatives are thinking people. I like neoconservatives. They are thinking people. They have a very good analysis many times. Don't always agree with their proposals, but I think they have their head and their feet in the right places. In the aftermath of different key events, neoconservatives are willing to adapt their strategies, and I think that's important to know. And we've seen key events like Vietnam War, the post-Cold War period, and George Bush II, and seeing the neoconservatives change their positions. And if we look at the neoconservatives today, we will see that people like Francis Fukuyama has turned away to a softer neoconservatism in thinking about American empire. And of late, my friend, the liberal hawk Zbigniew Brzezinski, too has had a turn of face regarding the U.S. role in the world, too. Largely ignored, he now points out in his Towards Global Realignment, the American Interest, that the Washington Consensus and the power brokers in the foreign policy establishment now believe that the U.S. cannot win in establishing its hegemony in Asia and the Middle East, and have called for reversing the strategy laid out in 1997, the Grand Chessboard. Of his 5 basic truths, Brzezinski writes, the first of these verities is that the United States is still the world's politically, economically, militarily most powerful entity. But given complex geopolitical shifts in regional balances, it is no longer the global imperial power. Thus, any analysis of geopolitics must keep in mind the global importance of the United States as a shaker and maker in the global system. Though, for example, in its military policing role, its financial power, and its inherent power in the international institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and UN, which the U.S. constructed in the post-World War II period based on Roosevelt's architecture of global power, still remains. However, thinking about the U.S. also requires contemplating its delimitations as a nation state like any other large country, and the emergent multilateral powers of the so-called BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and the African contingency of South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, and its traditional but changing post-World War II power base with the EU and Germany, and the ASEAN and Japan. In addition, analysis of U.S. power must also take into consideration the domestic American politics and the long-standing internal dynamics of institutions such as New York finance and style, Dallas oil and militarism, LA culture and computers, and Chicago industry and politics. These 3 levels of influence, the global, the national, and domestic, should not be underestimated, and especially when it comes to global education industry and global reforms in higher education, now a neo-capitalist enterprise in the new information economy, where innovation and commodification in intellectual property rights, biogenetics, pharmaceuticals, and armaments are the key drivers in economic development and military strategies. Never forget, the U.S. still is where it is, both in the military, with 80 bases around the world, as well as the top university rankings as both the country to beat and the country to model after. Now, in 1992, Panu, Chagrinsky, and Plum wrote From the Autonomous to the Reactive University, Global Restructuring and the Reforming of Higher Education. They identified that capitalism has entered a new phase of historical development and listed 11 characteristics of the new capitalism and surveyed the reforms to higher education that were worldwide phenomena now called the neoliberal university. What was striking, they added, is the unmistakable similarity of the reforms taking place in a wide variety of nations with different social, political, historical, and economic characteristics. And they then listed 10 key characteristics that still stand scrutiny 25 years later, even though the language has shifted somewhat. The context of the university restructuring developments identified 3 concurrent trends. the retrenchment of the welfare state, now called austerity in its incremental form, and the shock doctrine in its Big Bang form, the emergence of the institutional capitalism, now called the choice architecture, as well as a new mode of political governance for internal university reorganization. And 3, the commercialization of culture, the commodification of innovations, and the deliverables, along with narrow job skills market focus on human capital. I was part of this research project along with others, including Dr. Susan Robertson, now at the University of Cambridge, and editor of Globalization Society's Education. During my PhD time with Dr. Panu, my co-supervisor, I studied its emergent construction and trends in Alberta, Canada, which was the first place to renovate its universities in such a way. What I might add now is that the neo-capitalist university is a revolutionary phenomenon, and that we are living in a revolutionary period. And its development was both combined and uneven. If you reviewed all the editions of Globalization Society's Education over the years about post-secondary schooling, it would provide a map of the deep, pervasive change never once imagined by Panu et al. Or anyone on our research team. My own borderlands research on the Black Sea region brought me to the RIDRU project with this history in mind. Much of the research on Ukraine's post-secondary systems is uncovering the various articulations of the new revolutionary model, and those with a Western bias rather than a Eurasian bias put a lot of hope in its possibilities for Ukraine, imagining that what it did for the United States, it could also do for Ukraine. But only as a late follower in the capitalist reorganization of society. Anatoly Oleksienko writes and provides an excellent review of 14 national high-performance research universities in Ukraine in the European Journal of Higher Education. He points out that the emerging knowledge economy is constrained by the Soviet-Russian legacy, whose hierarchical trajectory slows or redirects important Ukrainian energies away from good nation building, economic modernization, and quality access in education. In an attempt to regain the European heritage, I quote him, and I'm not sure what he means by the regaining of this lost Europe. However, I'm guessing he means the lost could be Petrograd 1917, or maybe Pereyaslav in 1654, or even Kiev in 1240. Recovering the future from the past is a common trope in myth-making. He says the modernization of the Ukrainian nation state as part of the EU cannot succeed in resolving the country's industrial dependence on an outdated, energy-consuming, and military-controlled complex seeking the resurrection of the Soviet Empire. He points out that amongst the many factors, the mass education, post-secondary, and higher education sectors have a special significance as their ability to amass globally accredited talent and promote world-class standards in education and in science. Undoubtedly, he continues, its ability to transform the education sector will significantly affect the nation-state's political and economic development. But I go back to the analysis, and I find it a very good analysis in factual detail, but I find it also interesting of this polarizing split between being Western and non-Western, whether that be Russia or Eurasic orientation, and how that binary functions. And I don't want to talk too much about those narratives today, because I think many of our presenters yesterday were very good in laying out the binaries of this either-or sense. And I just want to highlight a point that I learned even when I was in Turkey, and I would ask Turks when I was first there, I would say, are you Western or are you Asian? And they say, we're Turkish. No, I said, are you more for the West? Or no, we're Turkish. Now, after yesterday's talks, I started to think, if I ask this question of Ukrainians, how do they answer it? And I think Oleksienko, he provided the answer of how it's answered. there's such an emphasis to want to be something else that it reveals a binary of the weakness of the identity to be Ukrainian. And of course, that is a big issue. So the question is, well, why is that the case? And people have the many explanations for it, and I will try to provide one here if I have the time. Okay. However, first I will caution about thinking about universities today, and be careful about running too strongly from the arms of one empire into the arms of another, from one revolution right into the next. Canada's relationship to the US is somewhat similar to Ukraine's relationship to Russia. In Canada, we call it sleeping with an elephant. Second, there is a deep and unexplicated historical narrative and sociological explanation at work here. That is, a myth construction of the classical sense of myth-making and a continuation of a fantasy space and a desire for social redemption. In the contemporary sense of social theory, here I'm wearing that hat, but I would say that most of the theories are grounded in Rostow's modernization theory, which underpins this notion of the latecomer development, American modeling, and the potential for an economic takeoff at some time in the future. Both the myth and the social theory needs some interrogation, and what is needed is an exploration of the alternative ways to myth-make or to construct social theories. And third, such a rush doesn't take into account the potential false promises of the neoliberal model for university organization. For example, with an overemphasis on human capital and commodity production and militarization, what happens to the other commitments such as enlightenment, or art, or political critique, or intellectual freedom, or social equity, or cultural tradition? In early October 2016, the IMF published its Ukraine country report and dealt with the technical difficulties about making progress, and was pleased with that the current government was still committed to the structural adjustment program. Key issues were, of course, still related to the slowness of dealing with rent seekers, that is, corruptions of state monopolists who use their office to make money and have cash transactions, and the privatizing of state-owned enterprises, which, please remember, now includes post-secondary institutions as an economic, profit-making, educational industry under neo-capitalism. The IMF report emphasizes in a rather consistent way, as it did since the structural adjustment programs in Latin America in the 1970s, the importance of finance. Expenditure consolidation means squeezing pensions and cutting inefficiencies such as having too many taxes, cutting those, supporting banks, privatizing state institutions, and tackling corruption. The report suggests that Ukraine's policy agenda is ambitious, which in IMF talk means that Ukraine is really like Greece, but on steroids, and much worse off. With the situation so dire in Greece, one might pause again to think about Ukrainians' over-optimistic feelings about joining the EU at the very time that it is in the major crisis for its own survival. So, as for the promise of latecomer development with neo-capitalist model of combined and uneven development, sometimes getting what you want is not always the best outcome because of the potential unintended consequences or unacknowledged resources that modernization thesis has erred on or not accounted for. As recently as 2016, in June, rumblings came from within the IMF Finance and Development section. They have raised the question, has neoliberalism been oversold? And instead of delivering growth, neoliberalism may be increasing inequality and jeopardizing expansion. According to Rick Rowden, the research department of the International Monetary Fund dropped a political bombshell. The furor was set off by this publication, and the piece concluded that over the past 30 years, the proponents of economic philosophy of neoliberalism has been systematically overselling the benefits of its two key planks, namely fiscal austerity during economic slowdowns and deregulation of financial markets. Now in the paper I have a detailed analysis from that report, which I will leave out. It takes too much time. But I don't want to overstate the importance of this emergent conversation within theological enclaves of the IMF and the World Bank, because even after the 2008 global credit meltdown, the new naysayers such as longtime neoliberal fan and Fed chief Alan Greenspan talked about 30 years of potentially bad policy making, and he was never heard from again. So, like a gambler blinded by previous successes, supportive governments outside of East Asia, that is, and not including little Iceland, which threw its bankers in jail, it anteed up, creating EU sovereignty crisis and sending American Wall Street and billionaire salaries soaring once again. In the university sectors in the rich countries, the newly minted administrations have increased the cannibalization of professors' positions, the exploitation of seasonal labor, and related public service workers. New solutions within liberalism rarely talk about structural inequalities, and usually more often about schooling. That means more credentialing, or to provide more opportunities or more innovative technologies. The new university, as part of the knowledge economy, provides another set of solutions called technological schooling or machine learning, or the teacherless classroom, with recovery cost programs financed by professors who are organizing in so-called revenue generation projects, which basically means that professors are increasingly expected to pay for their own salary by getting private institutions or money people to cover the costs. The new IMF hesitation on neoliberal solutions is very small, but marks an ideological moment of caution. However, reversing the institutional inertia that has been put in place is a whole different matter. When it comes to neoliberalism, however, this minor critique from within the IMF is akin to the Pope publicly raising the small question with a very big implication, that is, maybe I really am not infallible at all. And the fact that Ukraine has been slow on the uptake might work out to be a godsend of real opportunity. Possibly some of the mechanisms that are now undermining the classic research university of the 20th century may be mobilized selectively for the national good, if wisely understood and adapted into Ukrainian universities. This was one reason why I started my work in Turkey and Ukraine, because neoliberalism had really not developed deep roots as people had imagined in these countries. And maybe something like the new information technology related to this conference could be adapted to ways of learning more conducive to the dreams of working Ukrainians, common folks, and their families. So I'm suggesting that there may be other social and institutional theories beyond neoliberal economics, human capital theory, and public choice theories now wrapped up in the common assumption of modernization theory and delayed development that might more adequately explain what is going on. For example, one of my former students, Dr. Moon-Suk Yong, used critical discourse analysis for her dissertation called Localization of Global Discourse and the Breakdown of the Washington Consensus. She studied the policy documents of the international organizations like the IMF and the World Bank, and how the various South Korean regimes use the language of neoliberal reorganization to suit their own nationalist plans for development and strengthening of social capitalism specific to their own country's needs. However, I'm also aware that when imperial powers, though, meddle in small countries, small differences can be levered to create new wars. We also must recall history. The American Revolution was not just a revolution, it was also a civil war within British North America. It was also a social revolution of American merchant capitalists and plantation landlords coming to power. It was both decolonizing in its aspects of escaping the tutelage of the British Empire, and also had colonizing aspects of stealing indigenous Indian lands via conquest, theft, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. So in this way, there are multiple dynamics going on, and these can also be seen as evident in Ukraine. And according to Shevden Park, Ukraine's post-Maidan revolution of dignity was central to the fall of Yanukovych's regime and marks the beginning of a complete overhaul of the political system. And I'm not certain about that. For me, the shift towards moral condensation and commitment is certainly necessary, but such a shift may mark a further step away from direct activism of politics in action and become non-directed incorporation through the juridical legal system of the state. Much of the critique of corruption and kleptomaniacs becomes a kind of sentimental moralism. What is missed is the fact that a weak state with low public authority, as defined by an inability to autonomously secure the national territory, to protect the population, to raise taxes to pay for innovation, productivity, and profits, and to retain the monopoly of legitimate violence, cannot implement policies or equitably penalize non-compliance. Corruption in this case is not so much founded on nepotism or cultivated by people without dignity, but rather a form of networking amongst competing private interests, for example, the oligarchs who have captured the state. Neoliberal dynamics such as further privatization of state industries or services may only further weaken the autonomy of the state rather than challenge it because of the integration of the state and these private interests. Furthermore, much of the important dynamics of politics today are through the indirect mechanisms of money, technology, law, and language, and a kind of administrative activism that fuses private and public interests in the interest of the private networkers. One person's corruption is another person's network, and the new capitalist model promotes the emergence of the network society based on friends or kin. Also, most often forgotten is the paradox of empowering the people through civil society at the expense of the autonomous public service state, as the Germans and the Chinese provide the paradigm examples of strong autonomous state. Much of the celebration of this so-called third sector includes artist communes, student movements, community charity workers, progressive churches, feel-good not-for-profits, but it also includes political parties, civil defense organizations, paramilitary combatants, jihadist religionists, and exploitative non-government institutions. Furthermore, multinational corporations, small businesses, oligarchic networks are somehow excluded from this contemporary definition of civil society, yet they are facilitated by the same infrastructure that supposedly frees individuals through civil society, but protects their private property. The paradox of a civil society is that good community organizations necessarily ride along in the same vehicle that is used by right sector militants, billionaire oligarchs, and authoritarian political parties. The selective state, which bans one part of civil society and the authority, while strengthening another one, is because it is weak and has low public authority. This is not a problem for a strong state, but one caused by a weak state captured by particular private interests. The privatization of state-based universities is a state-based activity, and we should be understood as also providing one more fusion of public and private power that can be used against the common folk as a legitimate violence and or necessary exploitation and inequality. Alenka, how much time do I have? I have 20 minutes? 18 minutes. I have 1 minute on my... Okay. No, I'm fine. I've got more. Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that interruption. If Ernst Gellner is correct to claim that states use nationalism to make nations, then Ukraine's weak state and low public authority is one of the major reasons for the failure of cultural and linguistic policies to gain any force. When I first asked this question to the Turks about who they were, they identified very quickly that they had a strong sense of identity. But what was the source of that history? You'd have to go back to the revolutionary period in 1923 and all the aspects that were brought into being by the Turkish rump state of the Ottoman Empire for it to form its identity, which included name changes across the country where all people were given a different name. Imagine that, a different name. new education system, the linguistic system was changed to the Latin script away from Arabic. There were a whole range of strong state actions that laid the basis for Turkish identity. So we have to look at this causal relationship between the state and its ability to create national identity. And by seeing Ukraine as a strong state in the aftermath of the breakdown of the Soviet state, I think has reversed error, that it's actually weaker in that sense. And what is strong is these private interests. And I got this assumption and idea from Fukuyama, who talks very well in The Origins of Political Order about strong and weak states. So I understand that the scholars identifying the emergence of a civil understanding of nationality in Ukraine is a very significant event. And there are several scholars like Kuzio and that who have talked about nationality. But a new nationality, I think, is emerging that is more territorially based in a sense. But whether notions of blood and territory can be de-linked from that, I think, is a much more problematic question. I'm also wondering whether the sources of the change have been misunderstood and whether increased privatization and marketization in the university sector may in fact fracture the nation-making even more. Possibly, following the reasoning of Benedict Anderson on imagined communities or Bob Jessup on the contemporary state, the key problem for a common Ukrainian identity lies in the private interests and conflicts that have captured the levers of the state to further their own power, privilege, and property. And maybe it is the increasing play of power and increasing social inequality that is dividing Ukrainians, and the proposed solutions are in fact some of the causes for the ongoing economic and political and cultural problems. To focus only on a narrow view of law and government rather than the private social forces who captured the weak state, or to focus on the weakness in the higher education to deliver Ukrainian identity via culture and language programs rather than the spiraling chaos generated by the IMF financial strategies of behavioral economics should be considered otherwise. Under the Obama presidency, the American turn to soft power is a bonanza for university reorganization and the reprogramming along neoliberal lines within already existing capitalist regimes. This may change under Hillary Clinton, but then it may not. In places like Canada, even if the changes come about uneasily or with lots of resistance, financialization seems to be displacing the forces of reason, judicious evaluations, law and policy, and administrative activism is now substituting for collegiality and professorial authority and autonomy. New information technologies are trying to mimic intensive thinking and real book learning. And delusional ideologies of self-reliance, privatization, choice, therapy, and happiness are putting an end to the candle of enlightenment and art in the name of entertainment, engagement, entrepreneurialism, and without few people even noticing. But such is not the case in Ukraine. The revolutionary model is not easily transferred to the borderlands between the old and the new capitalism and old and new state machinery. A society with capitalist oligarchs, but no capitalism, with nepotism and kleptomaniacal bureaucracy, with democracy for billionaires and millionaires, but no one else, with a long, solid, and rich academic tradition favoring the Enlightenment, and wise and artful people who understand education as more than therapeutic accommodation, it will be somewhat unpredictable situation because of the play of the great powers. In Ukraine, a weak state and weak public authority is more easily captured by certain domestic forces through an increasing number of privatized forces in civil society, including the empowerment of the right sector more than it should be. Also, capitalist mechanisms inside the education system can further socioeconomic inequality, not reduce them, while simultaneously supplementing the secret salaries or bank accounts of bureaucrats and their backers as they penetrate the new administrations of the university or already there. Privatization of public sector schooling could create a fire sale of foreign educational entrepreneurs to buy up institutions, as the industrial and finance capitalists also bought up the utilities and factories in the 1990s. Now education services can be purchased abroad from foreign companies in the global education industry at higher costs than delivering them locally or by the state without corruption. The revolutionary model in Ukraine might stand like a table with two legs. There is no guarantee that even if the implementation was done well, that it would reproduce the positive benefits attributed to their inventors in a place like Canada, the UK, or the USA. And a closer look at what is happening in North American world is not necessarily as one might view positively from the outside as the model follows. The realism of geopolitics as a further and supplementary problem. The delegitimation of the neoconservative security strategy emphasizing militarism coincided with the economic meltdown of 2007-8, the concomitant delegitimation of neoliberal economics, the election of Barack Obama to 2 terms, and the European crisis regarding austerity. The economic banking crisis translated into a sovereign security problem and national identity crisis for strong European Union states. We could follow the German model as they take over Greece, or the Chinese are there too, buying out the port in Athens, or it looks most likely that Italy is going to go next. And this has all been reinforced by unelected Troika, the IMF, European Commission, and European Central Bank. With Greece on the chopping block and Brexit vote in UK creating havoc in the money markets, how can adherence to the Bologna agenda for Ukraine see a European solution to the higher education crisis, when if Ukraine were to get in the EU, there would be little the EU could do that might help out, unless you consider that Greece is on the road to recovery in the current situation. Greece is a lot richer Ukraine, and Ukraine needs more creativity to solve its solutions than it has now. The Anglo-Saxons have a little rhyme that the brides use to complete their wedding dress on the day of marriage. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, and an unfamiliar ending, rarely known or acknowledged, and put a shilling in your shoe, a coin, some kind of money. I like this little rhyme to think about emerging architecture and the hybridic character of the post-secondary systems emerging in Ukraine. Something old, the received tradition of the Soviet-Russian model, both its strengths and its weaknesses. Something new, the revolutionary neo-capitalist multi-university or science park with emphasis on science, technology, engineering, medicine, and commodification. Something borrowed, elements of the Bologna integration model with Franco-Germanic overtones. Something blue, playing on the blue sky as hopeful, or the blues that form our losses. The Rockefeller Land Grants Research University, born in 1896, Chicago, and the model used for the University of Alberta and many universities in Western Canada and much of the United States today. It's the university we imagine when we think about universities, whether we live in it or whether we observe it from the outside. And finally, put a shilling in your shoe. Follow the money. The power of finance, not only to fund education, but also to shape it through behavioral economics. This is the main mechanism that works outside, inside, and beneath us. It is in this indirect way it works, through the architecture of choice, nudging teachers and nudging learners, professors and students, nudging this way and nudging that way into a brave new world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for a provocative talk, as we expected, and thank you also for opening up into a global perspective. I'm going to open the floor now to any questions, comments.
Well, thank you very much, Jerry, for your very comprehensive overview of the whole situation. Maybe at the next conference we'll ask you to explain the meaning of life. But a couple of questions. First of all, what you're describing as the American thrust and domination of the rest of the world, and you're describing it as strategy. Is it really strategy, or is it a conspiracy theory?
Thank you.
And if it is a strategy, actually it's not working. So where does that leave us? You're painting it as though it's successful, but actually it's not, and it hasn't been since Vietnam or.
So let me just repeat the question very briefly, and if you could perhaps comment then, Jerry, on the American strategy of Americanization and how successful it's been.
In terms of conspiracy theory, if we mean that a conspiracy is a group of people sitting together in a room deciding the direction of the world and it goes that direction, of course not. But there are people who sit in rooms and talk to each other. But there are lots of people who sit in different rooms and talk to each other. And they don't always get their way. And so it could be part of their strategy, but not necessarily an outcome of that strategy. At the same time, there are competing strategies between the different groups, even within the domestic sphere of the United States. And so these different domestic groups themselves have strategies that come into conflict and can have unintended consequences and a whole range of things. So there's a whole functionality of the system that we can look at it as an explanation that is functional. There's a way that it functions. And your question is the American strategies and how they consolidate and cooperate and intervene, is it working? No, it's not working. It's not working for functional reasons, that the world is not performing in the way many of the people who want to strategically do what they're going to do works. It just works differently than they imagine. And so the results are having consequences, but it takes a long time for those consequences to be evident. And that's what we're seeing now, but it takes a long time because everyone is working in their little enclaves, and so there are things that happen that are not in the control of the people, so they're responding in an ad hoc way. And I think thus this shift to multilateralism, whether it can be achieved or not, is still an empire that is attempting to soften its view.
So what's the way out for this dilemma that Ukraine is in?
So we have about 1 more minute, Jerry. Can you briefly describe what the dilemma, some strategies for the way out of this dilemma?
I think one of the things is to understand the notion of this combined and uneven development that's occurring across the world. That there are things in the future, they already exist, but they don't exist everywhere. They only exist in certain places and they spread. And that's what we've seen. And when they spread, they take on different dynamics in different places. So it requires analysis that's specific to an area. So if you're going to study Ukraine like I've done, I also take into account these international relations. You can't study Ukraine without studying what I'm talking about today. But you have to study what's going on in Ukraine, because in Ukraine is where it will happen in Ukraine. And Ukrainian people need to, in a sense, take that initiative. To take that initiative, they need self-organization and they need resources. So they need to borrow on some of these new things that people have learned to also develop what they can do. So I would say the indigenous response is strong.
Your argument is that all that stuff is tainted by the American imperial project.
I'd like to thank you for these comments, and I'd like to invite you, members of the audience, and anyone else who's not online, to continue this dialogue online. If you go to our YouTube link, you will see a chat that's already begun, and we invite you to do that. I'd also like to thank Jerry again for...
Thank you for inviting me.
and remind the audience that at the end of today's session, we will get to hear you again for about 10 minutes as a discussant about the 2 days of conference.
And life.
And life. And we'll have Lada Bilaniuk, yesterday's keynote speaker, also give some comments, as well as Dr. Roman Patrician. So please enjoy the rest of the conference, and we'll see you again in a few hours.
Hello everyone, my name is Elena Voskova and I'm a PhD candidate in Applied Linguistics at the University of Alberta. My presentation today is dedicated to immigration from Ukraine after the Euromaidan. I will start with a short introduction to what this presentation is about and why I chose this specific topic. I will then proceed to discuss the data selection process and criteria, the results and conclusions that could be drawn from it. The research I'm about to present is directly related to my PhD project on current immigration from Ukraine and serves an introductory purpose for a more in-depth discussion of feminization of migration in the country and worldwide. Choosing the political events of the 2013-2014, the starting point for my discussion, appears to be logical, as many researchers have defined those as an obvious catalyst for yet another immigration wave from Ukraine. Today's conversation focuses on the way Ukrainian immigration in the aftermath of the Euromaidan is presented and discussed in Ukrainian digital space, predominantly highlighted in, but not limited to, online mass media publications. The data selected for the study was collected using the Google search phrase, "Immigration from Ukraine after 2014 in Ukrainian." These include not only news reports, but also academic publications, governmental policies, personal blogs, etc. It should be noted that I made a conscious choice to substitute Euromaidan reference in the search phrase by a more neutral, open-ended time frame to avoid any limitation this could impose on data selection. Implementing a combination of critical discourse analysis, content analysis, feminist reading, and linguistic analysis, appraisal theory developed by Martin and White, the study aims to explore the current dominant themes when addressing the issue of immigration in post-Maidan Ukraine. All the results were preliminarily analyzed to determine their relevance to the objectives of the research and further categorized based on the source, content, and publication date. However, at this stage, only the mass media group of online publications was subjected to further linguistic analysis. While limiting the selection criteria to the text identified by Google search phrase may appear simplistic and overgeneralizing, I still argue that the variety of the yielded texts may have been helpful in identifying potential future paths for a more in-depth analysis of the existing discourse on Ukrainian post-Maidan immigration. The Google search produced a total of approximately 209,000 results. For the purpose of this analysis, only the first 5 pages of the Google search were selected, resulting in 55 sources. Even though each page contained only 10 results, 2 links provided take news articles, out of which 5 extra publications dating 2014 onwards were selected. The choice and limitation of this data corpus to the results appearing in the first 5 pages is justified by the fact that this is the initial stage of a larger research project, and its primary purpose is that of testing and probing into the existing pool of discourse texts on the topic. Out of the 55 publications that were selected for this research, mass media category was the most numerous, with 30 news articles, or 56% of the data provided by 19 different mass media websites. All but 1 article in this group are published in Ukrainian, and this is followed by the research and analytics category, enlisting 8 articles and 1 lecture, comprising 17%. These publications are scholarly articles, reports on governmental initiatives and international projects regarding immigration, non-academic research, and opinions published on professional websites as opposed to personal blogs. Providing legal advice, laws regarding immigration, citizenship, and general information on immigration process, 6 publications, or 11%, constitute the policy category. These publications were found at the government and ministerial websites. Private blogs constituted only 9%, with 5 sources whose content focuses primarily on sharing migrant and travel experiences, as well as immigration advice. With 1 article being inaccessible online and 1 publication deemed irrelevant, the remaining 4 sources, or 7%, represent the general information group and contain definitions of Ukrainian immigration by Wikipedia, textbook overviews of immigration, and a PowerPoint presentation that resembles a school project. The following discussion will focus on the mass media group, with a more detailed analysis of the remaining data reserved for the next stage of my research. The mass media articles yielded by the search phrase were published between 2011 and 2016 with the following results. The 11 articles published in 2014 comprise the most numerous and relevant category. They seem to maintain a generally negative coverage of immigration. The top 2 articles on the slide appeared in 2 different sources under similar headings. In practically identical wording, these 2 publications reiterated gloomy prognosis of mass immigration from Ukraine once visa regime with the countries of the European Union is abolished. Several articles published in 2014 quoted growing numbers of immigrants from Ukraine in 2013 and 2014, naming tourism as the main gateway leading to permanent migration. Visa scams in the country were also highlighted, as well as a report on a Ukrainian male immigrant being attacked in Poland. Only a couple of articles offered a positive perspective, highlighting the achievements of Ukrainian journalism abroad, covering the publication of an immigrant archive and top 5 rating by the tsn.ua, and listing the countries that are happy to have Ukrainian immigrants. There were several articles that surprisingly referred to Russia or Putin in several instances. For example, one of the articles at the Tizhdin.ua quoted high numbers of Russians leaving their country during the presidency of Putin. The remaining 4 were found at the ipress.com and reported Russia's plans to populate its territories with Ukrainian immigrants. Another one provided counter-arguments to Valentina Matvienko's claim regarding increasing numbers of Ukrainian refugees seeking protection in the Russian Federation, and even suggested that once a successful state, Ukraine would attract a flood of Russian immigrants. This tendency of quoting Russian immigration continued with the 2015 articles, where 3 sources analyzed the reasons and main destinations for the Russian middle-class immigration, and again blamed those migratory changes on the current president of the Russian Federation. While Ukraine-specific content published by 5.ua indicated 14,000 Ukrainian immigrants who relocated to European Union in 2014, Tizhdin.ua presented its readers with somewhat contradictory statistics, indicating that immigration was becoming less attractive for Ukrainians in 2014. The second publication by radiosvoboda.org, this time in 2016, compiled a list of political refugees from Russia who relocated to Ukraine. For the linguistic analysis stage, due to the time constraint, I would not be able to provide a detailed overview of the appraisal theory framework or terminology, but I will be happy to share those as well as my extended coding sheets during the follow-up discussion. In brief, during the linguistic analysis of the headings and highlighted paragraphs of the news articles, I employed the following categories. The one of effect, which is concerned with registering positive and negative feelings, and registers whether we feel happy or sad, confident or anxious, interested or bored. Judgment, which is concerned with attitudes towards behavior, which we admire or criticize, praise or condemn. And appreciation involves evaluations of semiotic and natural phenomena according to the ways in which they are valued or not in a given field. All 3 definitions were taken from Martin and White. Linguistic expressions of the above defined categories were noted and employed for a more in-depth analysis of the appraisers praised items, people, things, or phenomena that were being appraised. This slide offers a short excerpt from my coding sheet with the appraised item identified as immigrants, non-gender specific group referred to by the plural third person pronoun they, вони. The usage of the verb save oneself, рятувалися, implies an insecurity that belongs to the affect category. Employed along with the word fatherland, the phrase implies a certain abnormality, critical situation, in which citizens of a country would consider their home a threat. And this evokes an understandably negative judgment of the described situation of migration overall. In my analysis, I identified the following appraised items: Ukrainians, plural non-gender specific category, immigrants or migrants, similarly plural non-gender specific, Ukrainian immigration abroad, and Russians as well as Russian immigration. Ukrainians were mostly ascribed various degrees of positive volition or willingness to immigrate, ranging from contemplation to taking actions and to varying degrees of pressure. And the following phrases were quite common. Українців, які зважились на еміграцію, співвітчизників, які виїжджають на ПМП за кордон. In the analyzed articles, the appraised items of Ukrainian origin are mostly referred to as українці, Ukrainians, співвітчизники, compatriots, emigranti, immigrants. Only one article employed the phrase біженці з України, refugees from Ukraine. And even in this case, the text was coded for negative veracity or similarly true, as the information provided by the Russian official is said to be discredited by the United Nations reports. At the same time, along with the phrases Russian immigrants or Russians, two articles covering Russian immigration used the term politbizhenцы, or political refugees. Unlike Ukrainian immigrants who are said to leave the country, mostly due to financial reasons and now military conflict, Russians' reasons are exclusively of political nature, or at least as indicated by the analyzed articles. Ukraine, as an appraised item, was interestingly portrayed as a passive victim, losing its best minds, threatened by the potential visa abolition. In the following phrase, безвізовий режим з ЄС загрожує Україні масову втечу українців, we can see that while the category of insecurity in this example refers to the country, not its citizens, the abnormality of the situation and the logically evoked condemnation or impropriety of the outcome seems to be linked to the negative evaluation of the decision to abolish visa regime with the European Union. Another curious observation concerns the fact that the Ukrainian online mass media actively counterposes Russian immigration to the Ukrainian one. Take a look at the following example. Російська імміграція повинна не послабити, посилити Україну. While the introductory paragraph does not specify how exactly Russian immigration would strengthen Ukraine, it is worth mentioning that Russian immigration is ascribed a positive valuation in this process. Undertaking this project, I intended to investigate the way Ukrainian digital space covered Ukrainian immigration after the events of Euromaidan. Predictably, mass media coverage offered most publications on the topic and provided prolific data for the linguistic analysis. Since I've highlighted the most eye-catching findings and tendencies in the media portrayal of immigration, I would like to finish my presentation today by mentioning the things that were absent from the news coverage. For instance, in none of the headings or the selected introductory paragraphs were there any references to female migration. And while one could argue that this may be an oversight due to the choice of a generic search phrase, the preliminary reading helped identify only two articles where female migrant experiences were briefly mentioned. In both instances, those were stereotypical depictions of women immigrants as caregivers or potential brides for foreigners. Those articles talking about professional immigration of Ukrainians quoted mostly male success stories or examples of family migration, in which case female migrant figures are also omitted. In the next stage of my research, I plan to investigate the remaining four categories of online text to find out if gender component was being addressed elsewhere. Surprisingly, internal migration within Ukraine was not mentioned at all in the identified sources, which one would anticipate given the war situation in the east of the country. However, I would assume that different terminology could be employed when talking about dislocated Ukrainians. Also, the identified media seem to focus more on the opposition between Russia and Ukraine, with the Russian immigration somehow benefiting Ukraine. While the appraisal theory proved useful for the present research and provided additional insight, one should bear in mind that this methodology was developed based on English language, and more research is needed to test its validity for text in Ukrainian. Similarly, the framework should be employed to analyze the selected articles in their entirety, but that will be the topic of another presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to all the questions and the discussion.
Discursive practices of the new Ukrainian diaspora, identity and interaction. Ukraine, currently in the global spotlight, is known as a largely multilingual country and is a rich and vibrant terrain for exploring language practices in various contexts. In my today's presentation, I analyze one of these contexts, the multilingual Ukrainity in the diaspora, the newest wave in Canada in particular, triggered by the political unrest in Ukraine. The concept of diaspora. Some of the recent definitions of diaspora view this particular community as an ethnic minority with feelings of difference and awareness of its marginal status within a host society, its desire to maintain links with the homeland and to resist complete assimilation, and as a community in which a constant negotiation between identities and cultures is happening. I study identity construction through language practices, that is, interaction in social media and also in everyday practices, which presents the stage for a diaspora community to construct its identity online and in physical space. I focus on this diaspora community and analyze language practices in interaction in which identity is constructed and in which speakers negotiate their own identities and those of others. My primary data set is collected from one Ukrainian social network originated and administered in one city in Canada. This network, as of February 2016, boasts around 1,200 members. This group's main goal, as stated on the site, here paraphrased, is to encourage and facilitate friendship and active engagement of Ukrainians in this particular city and province, share information and assist newcomers with advice, and have discussions about Ukrainian cultural life in the province and Canada. In total, 110 posts are considered under the analysis. I study social networks because electronic communities are far from dehumanized formations. Cyberspace is perceived and experienced as a place where people share a sense of belonging, forms of repression, meaning and emotions, language memories and rules of conduct, which are genuine as their real-life counterpart. The sociocultural approach to studying questions of identity proposed by Buchholz and Hall is taken as the premise for the theoretical foundation here, and according to them, very generally defined, identity is the social positioning of self and other. In this framework, Buchholz and Hall note the importance of studying identity at an interactional level because it is in interaction that language resources gain social meaning. In this particular study, I analyze interaction in social media communication. Also study how participants report about their language practices in everyday life. What are their views about the language question, and how these practices and perceptions relate to larger issues of identity or Ukrainians. The analysis of social media posts, as well as interviews studied, allow for establishing different levels in which identity and interaction surfaces. I focus on one level only, the level of language. At this level, 3 languages are used: Ukrainian, English, and Russian. In the majority of posts and discussions, the language choice is Ukrainian. The Ukrainian-English code switching occurs, which is expected in any immigrant community. The choice of English or code switching into English is used for a particular function, specifically in requests for financial assistance, to highlight local contexts such as searching for a job, a doctor, a store, or advertising local events. Interestingly, English also functions as a marker once already belonging to the local community, as illustrated in example 1. Please note that I will not be reading all examples due to time limitations, but will discuss them accordingly. In 1, switch to English positions speaker as already local. The Russian language in the posts and discussions studied is used extremely rarely, with only 2 functions observed: in advertisements and when reverting to one's first language, Russian in this case. With respect to ads, despite the use of Russian in them, the commentaries are predominantly in Ukrainian. Notably, the ads in Russian are the only posts that receive dislikes by the network participants. In addition, the speakers comment on these ads mostly in Ukrainian, as in 2. The second observed function of Russian is when speakers switch or revert to their first or native language, which is Russian, as in 3. In this example, speaker B, who is an active participant in the group studied, uses Ukrainian to her friend. The friend speaker A replies to B in Russian. This example shows that Russian is used in close conversations between friends who perhaps used to speak Russian earlier or perhaps still do in face-to-face interaction. Ukrainian used by speaker B is the language of communication in this Ukrainian immigrant social network and is on display, therefore showing the juxtaposition of Ukrainian and Russian, placing them to 2 separate spheres of interaction. This particular example is also interesting in that here we have an example of language use in social media, differing from language practices in physical space. In the diaspora social media network studied, the use of Ukrainian is displayed by the speaker, who most likely uses Russian in everyday communication with her family and friends. Such language practices by the Ukrainian diaspora speakers differ from those in Ukraine, where normally language practices in social media mirror those of everyday life in physical space. Another interesting example is 4, which is a post about a Ukrainian library program in a Canadian city for families with young kids. Speaker A, the organizer, communicates in Ukrainian. An interested participant B requests in Russian whether her family could participate in this Ukrainian language program. And speaker C confirms in Ukrainian that everyone is welcome. In 4, the Russian speaker B signals her wish to participate in a Ukrainian language program, therefore a desire for potential shift into Ukrainian after immigrating to Canada. This particular shift, or desire for a shift, is supported by results obtained from the interview with a Russian-speaking participant. Specifically, as reported by one Russian-speaking participant, the language practices in their family are the following. Russian is used in everyday family communication and with friends. English is used with by parents at workplace. Children do not participate in any Russian language activities, albeit is their native language, and activities in Russian are available in this particular community. Rather, Russian-speaking families choose for their children to participate in the Ukrainian language activities such as scouting, drama, music, and heritage schools, with also some English language activities, for instance, sports. Such language practices suggest that parents drive towards a type of a language shift via their children. Interesting data is also received from the second Russian-speaking participant, who is a single male in late 20s. During the interview, when asked which language is he speaking at home, he answers, "If a Canadian city name is considered home, then I speak Ukrainian," signaling that for him Ukrainian is considered as the new native language, therefore a shift, or a symbolic language shift, if you will. At the level of language, the discourse about language is also interesting. In 6, alluding to the newest Star Wars movie, example 6 is an overt appeal to Russian-speaking Ukrainians to switch to Ukrainian. This image and slogan were very widespread in Ukraine-based networks. In the community studied, this post received only 5 likes and no comments. And because likes in social network communication settings signal what is acceptable, important, pertinent to participants, this meager reaction may be explained by the fact that this appeal to switch to Ukrainian is not that relevant to the Ukrainian network studied. This online community already accepted Ukrainian as their language of communication, in contrast to social networks in Ukraine. The discourse about language is also interesting based on interview data from both Russian and Ukrainian-speaking participants. All of them indicate that the language question was not important for them prior to arriving to Canada, and now, while in Canada, the matter of language is on their minds. The Ukrainian-speaking participant stresses the visibility of the Ukrainian language question in the Ukrainian community in Canada. She notes that albeit many Canadian Ukrainians are not proficient in the language, the matter of language, the idea of language preservation is there and is visible. The Russian-speaking family male participant indicates the importance of Ukrainian for his children. The Russian-speaking single male notes, after arriving to Canada, because of the Ukrainian community, and after what happened in Ukraine, I really want to establish myself more than I am, in fact, a Ukrainian. I am the carrier of my country's culture, after all, and I would be very much like for my children to be proficient in Ukrainian. If I stay in Canada, I want my children to have Ukrainian as their second language, not Russian. And now my discussion and conclusions. With respect to language choice and code switching, it was shown that Ukrainian figures as the primary and default language of communication in online interaction. This practice may be viewed as an assertion of Ukrainian identity in this community and an ideology of language use in public space. It may be viewed as a form of language display or iconization of language, signaling a process of perhaps re-Ukrainization of the studied community, in which being Ukrainian Canadian means using Ukrainian on display, that is in public space, and also having children be exposed to and learn Ukrainian, albeit in some cases Russian is still used in family and friends communications. This is a process of reconfiguring communities' identification with Ukraine and its languages. Overall, the results show that Ukrainian language is positioned as central and indispensable part of Ukrainianness in this diaspora community. As interview data confirm, the switch of some Russian speakers to Ukrainian by themselves or via their children also displays a case of re-Ukrainization of the studied community, in which the Ukrainian language is the marker of belonging to the Ukrainian community in the diaspora and in associations with the Makrovi Ukrainians. By using or switching to Ukrainian, speakers use this language as a powerful tool to to display the self as Ukrainian, to show associations with Ukraine, locating also the self in the new community. Therefore, a new identity emerges, showing identity as the emergent product rather than the pre-existing source of linguistic and other semiotic practices. Overall, the construction of identity in this particular diaspora community studied is constantly shifting, both as interaction unfolds and across discourse contexts, as well as due to a particular Ukraine and Ukrainian-related sociocultural and political context. Thank you.
Dobry den and kia ora from New Zealand, everyone. I hope you're all having a great time at the conference. This is a really exciting initiative I'm happy to be a part of. Thanks to the organizers and everyone involved for this. So today I'm talking about post-Maidan language politics in Ukrainian diaspora communities. So the reason I'm talking about language politics is, as we know, everything has the potential to be political, but not everything's the result of politics. Regardless, language and politics do reflect each other and impact upon each other. So we can look at this various discourses of exclusion and inclusion, using discourse to investigate who is seen as part of this idea of us and who is seen as part of this idea of them. How are ideological borders drawn through discourse? And we know that these ideological borders and various ideologies, beliefs, practices, and opinions that make them up, these are all entwined with language. And as Lara has shown really successfully, these language ideologies exist in Ukraine as well. So for this project, I'm looking at the diaspora and looking at the attitudes of individuals, diaspora community members, and the host society as well. Looking at the perceived identities of immigrants, so here perception is key, and looking at the perceived commonalities with the host society, with other diaspora communities, and with Ukrainians in the home country. So the complexity of this network. Who makes up part of the ideological us? Who becomes the other? How is this shown through discourse? And how is this all part of the socially constructed collective identity? Furthermore, living in the diaspora community, who are you loyal to? Where are you loyal to? How do you show this loyalty and talk about it? And how does this become further complicated when something like the war in Ukraine, the post-Maidan events happen? So all of this together brings me to the question for this project, which are, how do members of the Ukrainian diaspora negotiate integration into their new communities? And how do the ideologies of post-Maidan Ukraine further complicate this negotiation? So this is probably familiar to most of you, but as a reminder, we can see that language can be quite political in Ukraine. I see on the left a map of the percentage of people claiming Russian or Ukrainian dominant speaking status. The more red is more Russian dominant status, Russian language dominant status. The more brown is more Ukrainian language dominant status that people claimed. And on the right, there's the map of the election between Yushchenko and Yanukovych. And we can see that these two maps, one very political and one linguistic, are quite reflective of one another. So for this project, I'm looking at several different regions. I'm looking at the US, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia was factored in, though in the end, no one interviewed from this project was from Australia. I'm looking at these because we know that the largest Ukrainian diaspora communities are in Russia, Canada, and the US, and there are over 900,000 in the US who claim Ukrainian descent, myself included, and over 275,000 US residents born in Ukraine. In New Zealand, we only have about 4 million people, and even so, 1,800 New Zealand residents claim Ukrainian descent, and over 1,100 New Zealand residents were born in Ukraine. The Ukrainian diaspora in New Zealand is still fairly new, with the first migrant arriving in 40 years ago now. This year marked 40 years ago. But growing fairly steadily and has a really strong presence. And then we've got 1.25 million people identifying as Ukrainian in Canada and 38,000 in Australia. So for the current project, the pilot study for this was conducted in 2010. And then from 2014 through to this year, I conducted 38 interviews with adults 18 to 40 years old. 12 lived in Ukraine, 12 in North America, that's from US and Canada, and 14 in New Zealand. And as you can see, they're divided up so that I had representatives from each of the regions: Western Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, Kiev region, and 3 from Crimea, or Black Sea region, as it's called later in this presentation. And that's based on, again, as I mentioned, perception's really important in this research. And so these were the ideological divides presented by the participants themselves, and that's why this split was used. And the theoretical approach is social constructionism and critical discourse analysis. So this model I'm not going to talk about much, but it did develop out of the project and was underlying the core analysis done in this project. It's the model of negotiation, investment, and integration that will be present in my book forthcoming with Multilingual Matters in 2017 on this Ukrainian dict. And as I mentioned, I won't talk about it much right now. I'd be happy to talk to people about it more in the future. But this looks at, as people move from their home country to the host country, going through the process of what it means to position yourself as a good citizen in the home country, then a good immigrant in the host country, then a good citizen in the host country, each reflecting the expectations of society, each influenced by intersectional factors for each individual, such as region, gender, age, occupation. And depending on how others also position you, you could be thrown back again to previous categories as you move through and around. So it can be a cyclical thing that changes depending on how you're positioned in various discursive contexts. So looking some at what my participants had to say in talking about life in the diaspora post-Maidan, Dasha here, she lives in the US. She's from Eastern Ukraine, and she identifies as Ukrainian. And she's talking about people not knowing the difference between Ukrainian and Russian languages and countries in the US. And she says 3 years ago it didn't matter. If people asked was I from Russia, I'd say yes, because it didn't matter. She says, but now because of the recent situation in Post-Maidan, it's not really pleasant for me to say I'm from Russia, so now I try to say I'm from Ukraine. And she really emphasizes this difference having become important to her in Post-Maidan. She also says that she used to follow the war developments very closely, however she stopped because it's hard to find reliable resources and there's so much information. And she says it's hard to follow from being over here. So already she's shown that being geographically separate, physically separate from the home country, it's also allowed her to position herself on the outside when it became too much and she felt like she needed to disconnect. However, at the same time, she also connects with this idea of disconnect to say that she was really nervous and worried about going back to Ukraine because she had this idea that was taken dialogically from all the information she had heard and that she had read of what was going on. She had this idea that things would be so intense in Ukraine that she says she was really surprised when she got to Ukraine and everyone was still just living their daily lives. So she had constructed this idea of what things would be like for people in the home country based on what she was hearing from within the diaspora. And she had been interacting with that ideologically and dialogically, but then arriving there, she noticed this disconnect and that things were actually quite different from what she had anticipated from the diaspora. And another person I'd like to highlight is Ilona, who also lives in the US. She's from Western Ukraine. And she said, talking about hanging out with various groups of friends, she says she has distinct groups of friends: Russian-speaking friends, Ukrainian-speaking friends, and English-speaking friends. But she says lately, we've been making a point of, if people understand Ukrainian, I only speak Ukrainian. She also says that since things started happening post-Maidan, she stopped going to the Russian-speaking picnics, and the Ukrainians in the diaspora have started organizing their own events. This is the same sort of thing we've seen in New Zealand as well with the diaspora. Is post-Maidan, the Ukrainian diaspora community split with the Russian diaspora community and are now holding their own events. And Liv, he lives in New Zealand. He's from East Ukraine. Now, he also says, looking from New Zealand, it's really weird now to think about the idea of calling yourself a Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriot. He says that he's had to encounter in the diaspora what this means and what language you speak, and that aligns with your stated ideological stance. And he says, but he's noticed nothing has really changed back in Ukraine. So again, he's dealing with these issues in the diaspora that are dialogically reflecting these ideological stances assumed in Ukraine. But he's found that actually in Ukraine, things are not going on the same way as they're assumed to be going on from within the diaspora. And all of this has contributed also and connected with this phenomenon that came out of the study of these interviews that I noticed, where a lot of people were talking about this idea of changing your mother tongue, which is a very interesting concept if you think about it, changing your mother tongue. Now, that's what they called it. Those are their words. And as the interviews progressed from 2014 to 2016, this became a more and more common topic to come up. So those who were in Ukraine who I interviewed, some of them were taking part in this, and a lot of the discourse around this had to do with the idea of one nation, one language. This idea, you live in Ukraine, you have to speak Ukrainian. Those in the diaspora, they connected dialogically to this concept, but it shifted slightly to become more of a discourse of consciousness raising. So their idea, what it means for the next generation to be Ukrainian. These are some examples from the group from Ukraine. They were born in Ukraine, they still live in Ukraine. As you can see, Ilya in the Black Sea region says that I think Ukrainians have become one nation, according to the definition nation. And he says everything looks different now, and so I'm trying to change my mother tongue. Now, he originally spoke Russian, he switched to speaking Ukrainian, and he attributes this to the Maidan movement and life post-Maidan. Larissa from the East says because it's Ukraine and we have only one national language, which is Ukrainian. And she says for her, that's the right way of things. And Kalina in the West says that being Ukrainian is speaking Ukrainian language. And Clara in Kiev says with the situation that's going on right now, with the political situation, society's becoming more grown up in the last year. People are more willing to start learning Ukrainian and using it. So again, this idea of one nation, one language, spurred on by the Maidan movement and creating this political consciousness that they are embracing the Ukrainian language as a political symbol, an ideological symbol of what it means to be Ukrainian. And then in the diaspora, we see something slightly different, though still dialogically connected to that first set. So Gleb in New Zealand says that he spoke Russian growing up, but he's thinking of maybe switching his kids to Ukrainian, even though it'd be hard practically with everything going on with the war. He wants his daughter to understand herself more connected to the Ukrainian culture. Lana says that she and her boyfriend speak both Russian and Ukrainian, but she's trying to speak more Ukrainian very consciously. So sometimes I'll be speaking in Russian, and then she says, "Oh, we should stop that. Let's speak Ukrainian," and we swap to Ukrainian. And she again also talks about when she has kids, she wants them to speak Ukrainian and English and exclude Russian. And she says so that it would connect to who they are. And Alona in the US says, with Ukrainians, most of them speak Russian, but we've been making a point of if people understand Ukrainian, I only speak Ukrainian. And Ksusha says some people make a conscious effort to speak Ukrainian. It's a political statement, political cultural statement. So again, reflecting this first set of ideas, but being more connected to this is an investment in a certain type of political cultural identity for future generations. They're also not as strict and steadfast about it. There's a lot of mitigation in their discourse around it. And there's a lot of this idea of, because they're living in a country that has another dominant language, English, the heritage languages become optional now at this point. So they're trying to decide which optional heritage language or languages they want to give to their kids. So how individuals in the diaspora communities recursively negotiate their identities is relative to the home and host societies. And there's a lot of effect on others' positioning of them with how they then respond to that. Throughout the state, I've seen a complicating effect of the political upheaval, where they've revisited what it means to be a good citizen in the home country. And this has repercussions for their daily lived experiences, such as who they hang out with, spend time with. And this intertextual dialogue that takes place also echoes the home country discourses. So in conclusion, I found this importance of recognizing ongoing negotiation, renegotiation, and struggle of the diaspora communities themselves. Major political struggles in the home country, such as Post-Maidan in Ukraine, can reignite and intensify renegotiation and struggle of identity. This also impacts upon the diaspora community members' sense of self and their daily lived experiences, who they spend time with, how they see themselves, and what languages they want to pass on to their children. And a model such as the model I presented earlier and that I'd be happy to talk about at a later given time also helps us keep in mind this dynamism and the recursive nature of identity for diaspora communities. So thank you, Дякую and спасибо, to all of the organizers and to my team as well, and all participating individuals and communities.
Good morning. My name is Karen Chilstrom, and I've come today to share highlights of my recent research findings with you. The title of my presentation is The Teaching of Russian in Post-Maidan Ukraine, Challenges and Perspectives. I believe we can all agree that recent events in Ukraine have profoundly affected attitudes and daily life in that country. As an instructor of Russian in the United States, with a deep interest in both Russia and Ukraine, I closely followed the events unfolding in 2014 and wondered how the sweeping changes that I witnessed would affect attitudes toward the teaching of Russian in Ukraine. Between August of 2015 and April of 2016, I gathered data from 17 teachers of Russian in Ukraine. By drawing on information from questionnaires and interviews with teachers of Russian, this study offers an insider's perspective on Russian language education in Ukraine today. Before I share my findings, I'll tell you a little bit about my research subjects. While recruiting teachers for this study, I sought wide and balanced geographic, ethnic, and linguistic representation so that I could analyze responses along various demographic lines. On this slide, you can see the geographical distribution of the 17 teachers I interviewed. The red circles indicate geographical areas represented in the study, and the numbers within the circles indicate the number of participants interviewed. In addition to teachers from across Ukraine, I interviewed one teacher from Crimea as well. Given that this teacher had taught Russian for 13 years while the peninsula was under Ukrainian control, I chose to include data from my interview with her. I'd like to stress that in addition to covering a wide range of geographical areas within Ukraine, the research participants came from communities of varying sizes and from a wide variety of types of institutions. In terms of ethnicity, 10 teachers self-identified themselves as Ukrainian, and 7 teachers considered themselves Russian. In terms of language, 7 cited Ukrainian as their native language, and 10, including 3 who considered themselves Ukrainian, cited Russian as their native language. The research subjects can be divided into 3 roughly equal-sized groups in terms of the dominant language spoken where they live. 5 in predominantly Ukrainian-speaking areas of Ukraine, 6 in areas where Ukrainian and Russian are spoken equally, and 6 in predominantly Russian-speaking areas of the country. After securing the necessary permission and consent to perform my research, I collected data for this study through demographic questionnaires and interviews. All of my questionnaires and interviews were in Russian. The interviews opened with a series of questions about the teachers' places of work, including how long they had worked at their schools, whether Russian was taught as a native or foreign language in their institution, how many hours they taught per week, and how their teaching load compared to the teaching loads of other language teachers at their schools. I also asked about the most pressing concerns and challenges facing teachers of Russian in Ukraine today. This slide outlines the main concerns expressed by the teachers. A decline in the number of hours devoted to Russian language education in Ukraine, a decline in the prestige of the Russian language, the elimination of Russian literature as a separate course in Ukrainian schools, the closure of many Russian schools, declines in literacy and writing skills in Russian, limited material resources for teachers of Russian, including few new textbooks, and low salaries. After gathering information about their experiences as language teachers in their schools, I asked how the role of the Russian language within the Ukrainian education system had changed since Maidan, whether the teachers thought Russian should be a required course for all students in Ukraine, whether, in their opinion, there was still a need for Russian schools in Ukraine, and if so, what role they played, and how the current political situation in Ukraine and the geopolitical relationship between Russia and Ukraine affected the status of the Russian language and the study of Russian in Ukraine. While an analysis of the data led to a great many findings, I only have time to share 3 with you. Given that Russian was a required course in Ukraine for decades and has gradually been phased out of many curricula altogether, I asked teachers whether they felt Russian should be a required course for students in Ukraine. The answers varied considerably. Given that Russian has historically been either a dominant language or a widespread second language in Ukraine, one might expect that teachers of Russian would prefer that the language be taught in all Ukrainian schools. On the contrary, a slight majority of teachers interviewed for this study, 10 of 17, or 59%, responded that Russian should not be a required course in all schools in Ukraine. Katya, a teacher in a Ukrainian school, expressed the following opinion. You know, of course, that there is a war going on, that we are experiencing aggression on the part of Russia, and that Crimea has been annexed. Many children don't want to study Russian. Some children said that they did not want to study the language of the aggressor. I responded, children, look. In Nazi Germany there was Hitler, but we still study German. We read Goethe. We enjoy the works of Schiller. And in Italy there was Mussolini, but we still study Dante. If you learn another language, if you learn it well and speak it beautifully, that can only be a positive thing. Galina, a teacher in a Russian gymnasium, suggested otherwise. Since I work in a gymnasium where Russian is the language of instruction, I should, of course, say yes, that all children should learn Russian. But in principle, the official language is Ukrainian, and Ukrainian is also the language of business. Therefore, people can make do with Ukrainian alone. In general, the responses regarding whether Russian should be a required course of study provide evidence that the historical, political, and linguistic divide between Eastern and Western Ukraine does influence opinions related to language policy in Ukraine in predictable ways, with teachers in Western Ukraine demonstrating a greater interest in advancing the Ukrainian language, teachers in central regions being divided in their opinions, and teachers in eastern regions siding with efforts to maintain the linguistic rights of native speakers of Russian. This historical divide, however, was not evident in teachers' responses to the question of whether there is a place for Russian schools in post-Maidan Ukraine. When asked whether there is a place for Russian schools in Ukraine, the overwhelming majority of teachers responded affirmatively. Responses cut across geographic lines, with only one teacher from central Ukraine saying no. Lyuba expressed her opinion as follows. We have Hungarian schools, Polish schools, and schools where students study Hebrew and take all of their classes in Hebrew. And since there is such a large number of Russians here, it's absolutely necessary for there to be Russian schools in order not to infringe on the unique national character of these people. Katya, the only teacher who saw no need for Russian schools in Ukraine, expressed the following. What is the point of having them now, when Ukrainian is the state language? If Muslims came to America, would you build Arabic language schools for them? Any self-respecting country or nation must insist that if you come to live here, you live among us. For that reason, we need to quietly get rid of Russian language schools. In response to questions regarding the changing role of Russian in the Ukrainian education system, nearly all teachers cited changes in attitudes toward the Russian language. Teachers cited more difficulty motivating students to study Russian, teachers being labeled as separatists, and students referring to Russian as the language of the enemy. In all, 73% including all participants in Western and Southern regions and occupied Donbass, reported a worsening of attitudes toward the study of Russian. Half of the participants in central Ukraine reported a worsening of attitudes as well, whereas half did not. In terms of changes in attitude toward Russian since Maidan, a teacher named Tanya reported the following. Beginning in 2014, the attitude changed abruptly. 2 journals, Russian School and Russian Literature, are no longer being published. There is also a new culture among parents and new attitudes toward language education. Now the attitude is that Ukrainian is the main language, and people are turning away from Russian. Many people say that Russian is the language of the aggressor. There are still Russian schools in some cities, but with no end in sight to the war. Who knows what will happen to them in the future? Galina was one of the 4 teachers who did not report a change in attitude toward Russian. She said, "We don't feel anyone is prejudiced against us as a Russian school, so I really can't say anything negative about the current political climate. Furthermore, the Ukrainian government has begun to emphasize the achievements of national minority schools to promote an understanding of the importance of Russian to those in the East, the importance of Ukrainian to those in the West, and the fact that those in the middle support both sides." The results of this study provide an inside look at how language in education policy and the geopolitical relationship between Ukraine and Russia affect Russian language education in post-Maidan Ukraine. From what these and other teachers reported, I conclude that political unrest and Ukraine's turbulent relationship with Russia have greatly affected the teaching of Russian and prevailing attitudes toward the language, which points to a need to carefully consider and address the language issues that arise in Ukraine's schools. I believe that due to the uncertain present and future role of the Russian language in the education system and in Ukrainian society as a whole, language issues in Ukraine will continue to be of critical importance in the years to come, and if left unresolved, may lead to further division and conflict. Even if uprisings over questions of language rights are avoided or suppressed in the short term, unresolved issues related to languages taught and spoken in Ukraine will certainly arise again, only with greater urgency, should Ukraine gain entry to the European Union. Therefore, I suggest that lawmakers pay thoughtful, forward-looking attention to promoting the Ukrainian language while protecting the rights of other languages when making long-term decisions about language policies in education in post-Maidan Ukraine. Thank you so much. I look forward to your questions.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephen Barry, visiting scholar at the Comparative International Development Education Center at OISE University of Toronto. And I'm going to be talking about Ukraine's secondary exit examination in Ukrainian language as a window on the challenges for equitable Ukrainian medium higher education. So what are the preconditions for equitable Ukrainian medium higher education? First of all students have to be able to develop enough proficiency in the standard Ukrainian language for full participation in the academic process. And I'm using as a framework to discuss this kind of precondition Jim Cummins' division of language proficiency into 2 different types: basic interpersonal communication skills, or BICS, and cognitive academic language proficiency, or CALP. And it has been found that the BICS proficiency can be developed through interaction outside of formal instruction. In fact, studies in the Toronto school system found that within 1 or 2 years of arriving at school not speaking the English language, students would be identified by teachers as fluent in their second language and having virtually no foreign accent at all, while CALP seems to need school-based literacy instruction because the studies found that while presenting as fluent in 1 or 2 years, it would be 5 to 7 years before such a student would catch up in academic vocabulary knowledge that the mainstream students would have. So to develop CALP seems to require additive conditions, and the best way would be to use the second language as a medium of instruction at some time for curriculum content so that the first language CALP can transfer to the second language CALP under supportive conditions. So that means initial development of academic literacy would be in the stronger language, usually the first language of the students. And the finding is also that the second language being taught as a school subject is insufficient to actually develop the second language academic language proficiency thoroughly. So another thing to consider is the gatekeeping function of the Ukrainian academic language. Do all students in the country have equitable access to Ukrainian BICS and CALP in the standard language? And is the learning of standard Ukrainian CALP sufficient in order to meet the formal requirements for graduation or admission, or for full participation in academic study in the Ukrainian language? So key questions for me are positive conditions for Ukrainian CALP equitably distributed? And I'm going to be showing you and guiding you through a comparison among the regions, with special attention to regions where other languages predominate, such as Hungarian, Moldovan, Romanian, and Russian. So if we look at the language and education policy in independent Ukraine, we see that there's been several periods of Ukrainization, changing a little bit their pace, quite rapid in the few early initial years, and then a little bit slower from 94 to 2005, then speeding up again from 2005 to 2009, culminating in 2012 in a new law on minority languages, which said that another language beside Ukrainian could become a local official language if 10% of the population in the area were speakers of another language. This law was reversed in 2014, and some people have reported that this is a factor in protests against the Post-Maidan government in regions such as Donetsk and Luhansk. So I'm interested to know how much there actually has been a shift or was a shift to Ukrainian medium teaching, and what level of learning of the Ukrainian language, and by Ukrainian language, of course, I mean standard Ukrainian language, what level of learning was going on in Ukraine's region. So some people have talked about Ukraine as a manichaeistic language space with essentially two Ukraines, the Ukrainian, as you see here in the upper and left portions of the map, zones where Ukrainian is seen to be the dominant native language, and in the lower portion of the map and to the right, where Russian is seen as the dominant native language. So sort of defining Ukraine's language space as basically having two parts. But there's a completely different way that we could look at it, which is to see Ukraine as a complex language ecology. And we see here on the initial map the range of dialects of the Ukrainian language. So we have dialect continua, all kinds of vernaculars, spoken languages, all kinds of standard languages and mixed languages. We see transitions to Belarusian in the north, transitional dialects to southern Russian vernaculars in the east, Moldovan and Romanian vernaculars in Chernivtsi, Hungarian vernaculars in Zakarpattia, and transitional dialects to West Slavic, to Polish and to Slovak in Zakarpattia and in the border areas near to Poland. And on top of that, we have a range of Russian vernaculars and standard language, and then the Ukrainian standard language on top of all of that. So there's far more going on here than just two languages. And a language ecology approach does not take the view of what are the two most important languages, but what are all the actual languages in the space and how are they interacting with each other. So now let's go ahead and check some information about the actual spread of Ukrainian language of instruction in time and space. What you see on this map on the left-hand bars are the percentage of students enrolled in Ukrainian medium programs. And on the map, you see the provinces are colored differently to show what percent of students were enrolled in these programs. So the first slide you see there is in 1996. Now we see some changes to 1998 and to 2001 and 2003 and 4. So we see that throughout the area that is being marked there, the so-called southern and eastern areas, there's been some steady increase from the mid-90s to the early 2000s in all of the areas. It's true that Donetsk and Luhansk, for example, are amongst the lowest, but even they were increasing steadily. So now let's talk about the quantity of Ukrainian education. Well, not so much the quantity. Let's talk about the quality of Ukrainian instruction. How well is Ukrainian learned in schools? So we're going to use as a measure of that the external independent testing system, Zovnishe Nezalezhne Ocenivanya, which was set up in Ukraine partly as a way to combat corruption in education by making sure that exit tests in high school were independently set up and also administered and graded, not by the actual teachers of the school, as a way to limit corruption. But this also gives us an independent measure of learning that is relatively reliable, that can be used in studies of education and so on. So I'm looking in particular at the compulsory Ukrainian language test results and using that as a proxy for the actual academic language proficiency development in the Ukrainian language. And on the website you see above there, we can get the aggregate results by province, district, and schools. Now, a couple of caveats we have to keep in mind. This test is not really a proficiency test of language, measuring the skills in really using the language. It's a knowledge test that has many questions of knowledge about the standard language. But even so, it's the only test that we really have about the Ukrainian language knowledge across the country. So let's see what we can find by looking at it. So the method that I used was to take the subtotals of the numbers of students tested, receiving scores at particular ranges, from such and such, from 0 points to 100 points, etc. So we have low scores, several low ranges, moderate ranges, and then higher ranges. I totaled the results for the provinces and the whole country, converted the raw scores to percent for ease of comparison. Then I determined the mean and standard deviations for provinces, each province, and then the country as a whole, calculating then the difference of each province performance relative to the national average in terms of standard deviations. Then I displayed these results graphically on a map, and I'm focusing on the lowest score ranges and the highest score ranges, sort of like extreme cases. And I'm arguing that this suggests something about the quality of teaching and learning of Ukrainian CALP in each province, and something about the quality in developing high scores and in reducing non-learning or preventing low score. So here's the map of the country, focusing on the ability to score in the highest ranges, from 183.5 points to 200 points. And what we see is in the west, we have a gold and a yellow range that's well above the mean. The green zone in the center basically is the national mean. So these are the provinces that are performing at the average level. And the purple and particularly the red are below the mean, half a standard deviation or even more than one standard deviation below the mean. So the key things to notice are the gold yellow zones where we're getting high level performance in West Ukraine, and the red zones where we're getting quite low performance in Luhansk, which is not perhaps so surprising, but also Kherson. And now let's look at the ability to have sort of effective instruction in avoiding non-learning, or at least very weak learning. And so the red zones here are the places with the highest numbers of low scores. And the orange zones and the yellow zones are the ones with the lowest numbers of low performing scores. And so we see in this particular case, the red zones are coinciding with Zakarpattia, with Chernivtsi, Luhansk, all of which are minority language dominant areas or predominant areas. But quite interesting is that we also see two red zones in Mykolaiv and Kherson. And it's remarkable that Crimea, not counting Sevastopol, for example, is performing at a somewhat better level than its neighboring Kherson. So what does all this mean? I would say that, again, providing that these scores do in fact reflect Ukrainian academic language proficiency, that the first finding is that it's evident that there's considerable regional variation in the quality of learning and teaching of Ukrainian CALP. Finding two, regions with high Ukrainian as second language, Zakarpattia, Chernivtsi, and Luhansk, have much weaker results than the national mean. Finding three is interesting, though. Some Ukrainian dominant regions also have much lower performance than the national mean. For example, Kherson in two cases, and in one case it was Mykolaiv. And finding four is quite intriguing, that some Russian dominant regions differ markedly from each other, so that Donetsk is not really different from the national average in any notable way, but Luhansk is performing much more weakly than its neighboring Donetsk. And that could be of quite significant meaning. So now let's do a subcase doing the same method but applying it to Chernivtsi province. Instead of comparing provinces, now we're comparing rayons. So we see that there's some rayons that are Ukrainian dominant or almost only Ukrainian population. We see one rayon, Herze, is almost only Romanian. And we see several locations where there is a mix. Leboka, for example, is about 50% Ukrainian, 50% Romanian/Moldavian. And Storozhenets, where there is a significant Romanian minority, about a third, and Novoselitsa, where Ukrainian population is about a third, Moldavian and Romanian is about two-thirds. So when we look at the results for example, again, the three lowest ranges, we see that there's some high-performing regions, Khotin, Khmelnytskyi, Sokoryane, and we see some low-performing rayons, the Novoselitsa and Hertsa. And then when we look at the performance in the highest ranges, we see that Hertz is also a red zone there, and that Khmelnytskyi is a gold zone. So these findings suggest that indeed there is inequitable regional access to the necessary conditions for Ukrainian medium academic study and therefore equitable Ukrainian medium higher education. There seems to be inadequate access to high Ukrainian CALP for language minorities and even for some Ukrainian dominant provinces. This also suggests then that there's ineffective educational models for learning Ukrainian CALP, and that there may even be some difference or confusion between some Ukrainian vernaculars and the standard language, and also maybe differences with Russian, that are enough to hinder the learning of Ukrainian CALP, given the current models that we have for education, which are generally monolingual ones, not bilingual ones. So I would argue that there is a need, therefore, for comparative analysis, particularly of provinces with higher and lower success rates, to see what's going on in Donetsk, for example, or what was going on in Donetsk in comparison with Luhansk that would explain their differences. And in Ukrainian dominant areas, what's going on in, for example, Sumy and Cherkasy that would explain their high performance versus their neighboring Chernihiv and Kyiv provinces, which are just mid-level. I would also argue that there's clearly a need for seriously examining the potential of bilingual education as a model for education in language minority areas that would, first of all, strongly develop mother tongue CALP, and then secondly, permit the transfer of this strongly developed first tongue CALP to Ukrainian second language CALP, and that would develop balanced, additive, receptive, and productive bilingualism, which is beneficial in many ways, not only in the educational sense. We should be doing some further research with the EIT tests, comparing the language test to mathematics and science scores, for example, but also looking at data from additional years, doing urban-rural comparisons and comparison of the different school types. And all of this kind of work, I think, would go a long way towards ensuring equitable access to Ukrainian CALP and therefore to Ukrainian medium higher education. And these are all necessary conditions for Ukrainian CALP is a necessary condition for admission to and success in Ukrainian medium higher education. So, thank you very much. Спасибі, дякую, gotta do it again.
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to be here on the first online conference on higher education reforms. Many thanks to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to present my research results. I will talk about the latest, most influential global trends in higher education development and integration of the Ukrainian system of higher education into European and world educational space. Like any social institutions, university is in a stage of permanent dynamic changes and reforms. The interpretation of the essence and conceptual role of university in society was not always the same in different historical periods. Finally, the view became accepted that the main social function of university is research. In humble times, integration of research and teaching was the essence of university. This combination of research and teaching is known as the first academic revolution. Today, we are witnessing the second academic revolution. It is contemporary combination of research and industry, and the implementation of the research results into industry. So, world's higher education reality sufficiently changed from the middle of the 20th century to the present time. The main basis for these changes were the mass higher education system and the global knowledge-based economy. Higher education reforms are not isolated issues. To analyze the factors of modern changes in higher education, let's divide them into two groups: external forces and factors of changes, and university-specific factors of changes. Globalization in its various manifestations, international rankings, world-class universities, and the economic drivers may be defined as the main components of the external forces and factors of changes of the world higher education system. To the university-specific factors of changes of the world higher education system can be attributed attraction for international students, satisfying the requirements of consumers of educational services, consumerism, and research paradigm. In the context of the changes that higher education systems are undergoing, has been the formation of a market of higher education services in which the traditional providers of educational services, the public and private institutions of higher education, and the new providers compete for or complement the supply. Generally, these new commercial providers are mainly occupied with teaching, training, or providing services and do not focus on research per share. Because many of the new providers are focusing on delivering education across borders, they must be included as actors in the internationalization scene. So, university has become only one of the actors in the new knowledge business now. Finally, we are in an era of global competition in higher education. How do we deal with it? What is the role of the European Union and Bologna in this trend? This is challenging, but this is also a time of significant global opportunities. At present, European higher education reform strategy involves several directions. They are the following: structural reform, Bologna, a reform in educational management and governance, and reforms in higher education funding. It should be noted here that individual German and Finnish professors have different opinions on the goals of the Bologna process. These ideas complement each other. This issue is based on the interviews with professors in Humboldt University in Berlin and the University of Turku, Finland, obtained in the framework of Erasmus Mundus postdoctoral mobility program. It is necessary to emphasize the fact that different European countries are adopting the aims of Bologna reforms faster or slower, depending on their national and cultural traditions, as well as their historic educational backgrounds. For example, continental European countries which have a very strong cultural heritage do not adopt external influence quickly. They are stronger in having their own educational system. A classic example is Germany. Instead, countries which have a short history of national independence adopt external influence faster. A classic example is Finland and its higher education system. Concerning Ukraine, Ukraine has an extremely short history of national independence. Ukrainian university system, just as German and Finnish ones, is currently in the process of reforms toward joining the European higher education area and is in the phase of radical changes. After signing the Bologna Declaration in 2005, Ukraine became part of the renewal process. There are two big purposes of Bologna reform: restructuring of higher education and having a different composition of competences, and internationalization of higher education and mobility. The adaptation of academic courses to bachelor's and master's study system in European universities is a significant result of the Bologna reforms today. If we talk about internationalization of higher education and mobility, we have to keep in mind that there are two separate parts of mobility: intercontinental mobility, to make European higher education more attractive for people from other parts of the world, and intra-European mobility. When Ukrainians mention internationalization of higher education, they usually mean Europeanization. Faculties define internationalization in the regional European terms and highlight the importance to sustain a future-oriented process of bringing up their students in the spirit of the United Europe. Revolution of Dignity during 2013-2014 and ongoing military conflict in eastern Ukraine provide new avenues for the renewal process due to the changed public approach to societal issues and challenges on the path of nation advancement. Despite these dramatic developments, on July 1st, 2014, Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko signed new law on higher education, which sets the stage for Ukrainian higher education, enabling better responses to international opportunities. Characteristics of higher education system changes in the 90s in Ukraine are: establishing of governing bodies in education for the new state, curricular revision, introduction of multi-level system of higher education, development of a network of higher education institutions, expansion of paid education in higher education institutions, massification of higher education. Participation of Ukrainian higher education in the integration process in the European higher education area and Bologna transformations aimed at qualitative changes in the educational structure and university curricula. Integration into the European educational space for Ukraine means Ukrainian universities' participation in European educational programs, approaching of Ukrainian higher education to standards of the European higher education area and European qualifications framework, and creation of an innovative environment in the new social and economic order based on educational and scientific thought. Joining the Bologna process was an unquestionable success for Ukraine. Let us examine what has already been done in Ukraine in the frame of the Bologna process. The most striking result of Bologna is adaptation of the study courses to the two cycles bachelor's and master's studies system. In 2006-2007, students of Ukrainian universities were involved in a two-cycle study system which corresponds to the Bologna principles. Later in 2014, in the frame of the new law on higher education, two variants of the master programs were elaborated: Master of Academic and Master of Professional Profiles. Also, in the frame of the new law on higher education, the young specialist degree has been removed and a young bachelor's degree has been introduced. The Bologna reform in Ukraine during 2006-2007 also led to the introduction of European Credit Transfer System, ECTS. Simultaneously, the diploma supplement was implemented. These changes significantly improved the flexibility and transparency of the learning process and enabled Ukrainian students to study abroad without suffering academically. International students were also encouraged to study at Ukrainian universities. The new law on higher education 2014 declared favorable conditions for increasing academic mobility. Some of the higher education institutions already introduced joint degree programs. For the increase of external staff mobility, Ukrainian universities started signing bilateral agreements on staff exchange, creating joint training programs for specialists, carrying out joint scientific programs with leading European universities. Partnerships that create opportunities for joint research and mobility of researchers allow universities to respond to the new context in competition on a global scale, in particular when it comes to employability of graduates and the attraction of research partners and external funding. Now we consider the second direction of European higher education reform strategy, a reform in educational management and governance. Along with Bologna reform as a structural reform, the reform in educational management and governance is important for further development of higher education system in Europe, which is a silent revolution in higher education system. In this context, today, there are the most important changes in coordinating forces in higher education. Before, both the academic communities and the state were the most important coordination forces, while the importance of market structures and university management was lower. Nowadays, the influence of the academic community and the state is decreasing, whereas the influence of competition, market structures, and university management is increasing. In the frame of transformation of the management and governance structure, we define the following aspects. The main criteria for recognition of academic achievements are changed. Traditional criteria were academic reputation and outstanding publications. New criteria became money, number of scientific articles, number of successful students, number of the doctoral students, and so on. A new type of governing within the institutions between top university management, faculty level, and individual professors has been introduced. It is about the emergence of a new concept, managerial university. Special accreditation institutions for assessment and accreditation of new courses and new bachelor's and master's program appeared. What has already been done in Ukraine in the frame of the reform in educational management and governance? According to the new law on higher education in Ukraine, in the frame of the development of academic and financial autonomy of higher education institutions, Ukraine worked out new mechanism for rectors' elections, maximum 2 terms, granting rights for the universities to deal with their revenues from education, research, and academic activities. In the frame of the development of the National Quality Assurance System for Higher Education, in compliance with the European standards and guidelines for quality assurance, Ukraine worked out separate governmental unit, National Quality Assurance Agency. Also, in the frame of further development of the mechanism for equal access to higher education, Ukraine worked out new mechanism for electronic admission for the university and automatic placement of state order. We have a number of challenges existing in Ukraine to achieve the objectives of the reforms. Ukrainian universities are practically not represented in the leading international ranking lists. This situation is the evidence of low competitiveness of Ukrainian higher education institutions. Other challenges are lack of recognition in society of level bachelor as a qualification, complexity of our system of scientific degrees, difficulties in implementing the results of research into educational process, establishing contact between Ukrainian and European universities, and in this context the issue of implementation of joint programs, modernization of the quality control, and gap between higher education and labor market. So, we have to assent that Ukraine has no alternative to being integrated into Bologna and European higher education space. To survive and develop in new conditions, universities in the world had to compete and to cooperate. Ukrainian system of higher education faced the need not only to consider global integration processes and implement the Bologna reform requirements, but also the reach to significant socio-economic transformation in the Ukrainian society. Successful implementation of new higher education reforms will prepare universities in Ukraine with tools to benefit from international opportunities. The main measurement of quality of any higher education reform is whether higher education participants at all levels are satisfied with their results and whether they are integrated to the labor market across the world. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Valery Pulkovsky. I'm owner of the company East European Opportunities, based in St. Albert, Alberta, and company is dealing with translation, interpreting, consultancy, projects between Canada and Ukraine. And I'm also the director of Canadian Studies Center at Ostrog Academy National University. And the topic of my today's presentation will be obstacles to higher education reform in Ukraine. And I will proceed directly to data sources. Some of my conclusions are drawn from experience working in Ukrainian university settings, namely Khmelnytsky Technological Institute, years 1984, 1990, Ternopil Academy of National Economy, 1990-1993, Ostrog Academy National University, 2008-2012, while residing in Canada, having worked as instructor, associate professor, professor, and chair. Field trip to Ukraine was done September 7th, October 13th, 2016, to conduct interviews with the students, instructors, professors, and directors at the universities of Ostrog, Rivne, Ternopil. Recent Ukrainian publications like Portal, British Council, Monitor, Ukrainska Pravda, Gazeta по-Ukrainski, Ternopil newspapers for the period of 2014-2016 on the topic of corruption and other university issues and problems will be analyzed. Theoretical framework and research methodology. My methodology is based on action research, globalization from below. Comparison with Canadian universities, where possible, will be provided, and comparative method, in my opinion, can be very productive and beneficial. One of the major obstacles to higher education reform in Ukraine, in my opinion, is reluctance of top university managers, residence rectors, their deputies, pro-rectors, some deans and chairs to reform the system. They have extreme comfort in unreformed or under-reformed university system. Corruption and personal interests are big factors. 800 or even 300 universities for Ukraine is still a very big number which has to be drastically and radically reduced, up to 15, 20 at most, one for a typical 250,000 regional center. It will allow to concentrate financial, human, and other resources in the right and proper direction. Mandatory retirement of Ukrainian professors and lecturers should be a must. Maximum age 65, in rare cases 70. It will allow to retire the most conservative, corrupt, and in many cases absolutely unproductive segment of professura, which currently constitutes about 7% of all instructors. It will create opportunities for younger researchers to progress faster and efficiently at university setting, and lack of this dynamic setting is also crucial. One of the big obstacles is defense of dissertations, where the same profs are represented at several universities' defense council, which leads again to massive corruption and inefficiency. Next step should be elimination of two PhDs, one post-Soviet doctorska and only then real PhD. Who needs this first one now? It absolutely undervalues real PhD and in reality puts in on the level of кандидатская диссертация, candidate dissertation. The system, bachelor, master, PhD, should be finally accepted in Ukraine without any reservations. The National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, as well as other so-called academies, have to be abolished. Its best representatives should work in leading Ukrainian universities, combining teaching and research. Too many undefended instructors work in Ukrainian universities, and some departments have up to 60, 70 instructors with only a few holding PhDs. More international cooperation is highly encouraged. Salaries of Ukrainian professors have to be increased, again with elimination of certain pseudo-universities, releasing financial and other resources. University reform is crucial for the survival of the Ukrainian state. In my presentation, I will have some polemic discussion with Serhiy Kvit, former Minister of Education of Ukraine, analyzing his book, The Battlefront of Civilizations, Education in Ukraine. The book was published in Kyiv by Kyiv Mohyla Academy Publishing House in 2015, and it has 207 pages. His quotation, in fact, Ukraine's system of higher education desperately needs fundamental reforms. End of the quote, page 81, states Serhiy Kvit on July 13, 2013. More than 3 years have passed and we do not have any success story. We hear too much talk about universities' autonomy, but without financial backing, this is simply a talk. His quote, first of all, we need to restore public confidence in the Ministry of Education and Science, which has become extremely corrupt, the end of the quote, wrote Serhiy Kvit on April 24, 2014, page 27. There are many successful countries where ministries of education do not exist. In Ukraine, until now, a couple of clerks in the ministry are responsible for the programs, curricula, accreditation, 11 new specialties in Ukraine. Obviously, they don't have competence and expertise in all these fields, translation theory, for example. The same ministry has been actually allowing creation and opening of many private universities for years, spreading unbelievable corruption in every possible way. Too many private universities appeared to be simple fakes. Many simply were not universities at all. Some of them continued to function until now, having students that under normal conditions would not be students at all. On April 8, 2012, Serhiy Kvit wrote this quote: "The work of the State Accreditation Committee, which is responsible for licensing and accrediting institutions, setting educational standards, and overseeing professional qualifications, will also be based on new principles." End of the quote, page 53. 4.5 years passed very quickly, and nothing has been done in this respect. Though I have to agree with Kvit's statement written on July 8, 2012, his quote: "Rectors still consider lobbying for government support as the only thing they need to do in order to move their universities forward. Students have been denied access to unbiased information about the process and have thus not become active participants in it." End of the quote, page 60. The other his quote: "In fact, the presence of corruption in higher education reflects the lack of reforms in this area." End of the quote, page 63, states Kvit, and we agree with him in this respect. From the time perspective, we clearly see that Serhiy Kvit was too optimistic about new law. His quote: "In the summer of 2014, a new law on higher education was finally adopted, becoming a real victory for the academic community, civil society, and the Euromaidan revolution in Ukraine." End of the quote, page 100, March 20th, 2015. Serhiy Kvit was not correct, stating this quote: "We are seeing our institutions of higher learning being renewed and strengthened, their number cut, and new quality standards being introduced, especially in relation to scientific criteria." End of the quote, page 101. "Having 317 universities for Ukraine is too much. Canadian experience in the number of universities, approximately 84, 85, could be very beneficial for Ukraine." In his original lecture given at the University of Manitoba in May 2009, Serhiy Kvit talked about, quotation, "widespread buying of university degrees in Ukraine." End of the quote, page 106. Nothing at all has changed. Buying university degrees, especially candidate and doctor dissertations, became even more rampant and aggressive. Basically, in many cases, we don't see any difference between the two. It is simply the second chance with doctor's dissertation defense to collect money for the heads of the scientific council, approximately $2,000, official reviewers, opponente, approximately about $500, etc. Serhiy Kvit was right, stating in the year 2009, beginning of the quote, "Ukrainian universities are not linked to the labor market, domestic economy, or national development goals. They have no research component internally and no complete cycle to prepare highly qualified specialists, bachelor's, master's, PhD." End of the quote, page 106, 107. In his original speech at the University of Western Ontario and the University of Toronto on April 22, 2011, beginning of the quotation, "On one hand, the candidate of sciences degree, which was a transitional degree, has now been declared equal to PhD. On the other, the degree of Doctor of Sciences is preserved, which is strictly Soviet concept." End of the quote, page 116. More than 5 years passed since that time, and this concept has become a law. Nothing has changed and looks like will not change. Some of the professors' instructors have their own businesses. They are very rich, and their counterparts, on the contrary, are extremely poor. To survive in these conditions for $80 or $100 per month is obviously very and very difficult. This dichotomy does not consolidate the department. Instructors are not united by the same goal. They do not work together in improving teaching standards, development of the international projects, self-improvement, etc. There are too many obstacles for higher education reform system. Looks like there is no will, no power, no intention or incentive to change the status quo, which is very sad. Family clans, husband, wife, their kids and now even grandkids work together at the same institution, building corruptive practice and corrupted network. The son defends dissertation where his dad is the member of defense council Rada po Zachistu. Some smaller institutions like provincial colleges in many cases are totally corrupted. People simply use it to make money like private institutions have been. And it's not easy to give the remedy for the reform of the educational system in Ukraine because, as I mentioned previously, there is a problem with the reforming from the top, and obviously there are too many obstacles and problems for reforming from the bottom. In my opinion, that there will be or should be more impetus, more incentive to reform it from the top in Ukrainian conditions because, like I mentioned previously, starting to reform it from the bottom, which looks very appealing and to some extent sexy, but in reality, like I mentioned also previously, some of these institutions became very corrupt and like smaller colleges totally corrupt. And there are too many cases when Ukrainian rectors have been taking bribes and continued to do it, and the practices of corruption continue. So, this is the end of my presentation.
Hello, I am Dr. Elena Mikhailenko, an economist and associate researcher at the Educational Informatics Lab, a digital research center at the University of Ontario Institute of Technology, Canada. For most of 2016, I was a visiting scholar at UIT from Kyiv National Economic University, doing research on cross-cultural online learning. As a new Canadian resident, I am organizing development projects with Ukrainian universities. And I've learned that cross-cultural cooperation between our countries offers great insight into educational reform. The project presented in this video was implemented with Todd Blayon and Roland van Oostwin. Todd is a researcher studying digital competencies and democratized online learning. Roland, director of the lab, is associate professor at the Faculty of Education and author of the fully online learning community model. In this video, we will 1. Discuss the idea of the democratized learning. 2. Present the fully online learning community model. 3. Discuss culture as measurable values. And 4. Report on a collaborative pilot course and research study conducted through a Canada-Ukraine partnership. This study produced lots of data, and we are still analyzing it. Today, We report on preliminary findings and discuss the relevance of this research for educational transformation in Ukraine.
Democratized learning is a loose boundary construct with scattered presence in the literature. As Lowy 1990 notes, such constructs emerge through cross-disciplinary collaborative research and can facilitate scientific innovation, even though they may remain ill-defined throughout their entire scientific lifespan. We've established 5 boundary markers for our democratized learning construct. 1. It addresses processes of learning, not learning or teaching about democracy, as is often the case, for example, with citizenship education. 2. It functions as a response to a paradox, namely that education is considered vital for the development of democracy and human rights, yet at the micro level of learning, education tends to be authoritarian. Even in so-called developed democracies, as Bivens and Taylor 2008 observe, traditional learning is premised on the assumption that students are empty vessels that need to be filled up with information. The flow of information is one way, from teacher to students. The teacher controls the experience while the role of the student is to receive knowledge passively. Levin offers a sharper assessment, suggesting that education represents a history of doing things to other people, supposedly for their own good. Each level in the hierarchy of education believes it knows best what those at lower levels need to do, and has little shyness about telling them, or just as often, forcing them. A third boundary marker positions democratized learning within the academic discourse of deepening democracy, as opposed to the triumphant discourse on the ascendancy of democratic nation-states. As Gavanta 2006 notes, the discourse of deepening democracy challenges the reduction of citizens to consumers who express freedoms through market choices, rather than through critical deliberation and emancipatory praxis. In our research context, democratized learning gains strength from a social constructivist epistemology, which foregrounds the positive constructive power of individual experience and culture. Finally, we consider democratized learning in relation to digital technologies, which are construed as potential amplifiers of human development and learning, when inequalities of access and competencies are addressed. Within the space bounded by these markers, key themes recur in our research and educational praxis in relation to democratized learning. These themes include communication, deliberation, freedom, negotiation, community, culture, collaboration, trust, and others. These themes are not defining characteristics. However, they do appear to function as family resemblances. No single set of themes are likely to characterize any particular context of democratized learning. Indeed, some themes, such as freedom and collaboration, may stand in tension. And indeed, one of our research studies compares the dynamics of a community-centric collaborative learning model and an individual-centric cooperative freedom learning model. And interestingly, these two models map neatly to two fundamental views of human rights, a Western individual perspective and a collective dignitarian perspective.
While the creation of democratized learning environments is somewhat like searching for the Holy Grail, over the past several decades there have been several attempts. Initially in World Wide Web 1 environments, such as the development of static web pages and hypercards, a wide variety of conceptual information was made accessible in ways that allowed individuals to search and sort information that was not possible with print documents. The arrival of content management systems, CMSs, and their close cousins, learning management systems, LMSs, allowed academics and other educational leaders to curate vast private collections of content material, simultaneously creating new ways of publishing textbooks, now called course packs, while putting pressure on traditional textbook publishers to find new business models. The content, when combined with rudimentary LMS tools such as email, discussion boards, and the like, can become a platform upon which massive open online courses or MOOCs were built. MOOCs allow for limited discourse, primarily asynchronous, about ideas between individuals who are widely dispersed from each other. Recently, new models intended to provide for rich discussion and interaction by large groups of individuals are beginning to appear in the literature. The Fully Online Learning Community, or FOLC, model is one of these. Derived from the Community of Inquiry, or COI model, which preceded it, the Folk model integrates a problem-based learning, PBL orientation, situated in a fully online environment and serves as the basis for fully online programs in the Faculty of Education at the University of Ontario Institute of Technology in Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. From a technology perspective, Folk construes the digital space and enabling technological abilities as integral to the online learning experience. Furthermore, from a communications modality perspective, Folk does not recognize asynchronous text-based discussion as necessarily better serving the goals of collaborative inquiry. Rather, it draws attention to the evidence-based strengths of both synchronous and asynchronous technologies in relation to sociocultural contexts and learning goals of particular online communities. Moreover, Folk recognizes the profound strengths of synchronous video conferencing technologies for allowing members of an online community to experience community as embodied human beings. This supports key facets of the social presence aspects, including the building of mutual respect for the identity and cultural differences of community members, the development of trust among community members, and the use of emotionally rich and responsive communication via intonation, facial expressions, and body language. Additionally, Folk engenders a democratized and emancipatory control orientation coupled with a constructivist epistemological perspective. This has significant implications for Folk's operationalization of teaching presence and cognitive presence. With respect to teaching presence, Folk distributes leadership responsibilities and collapses facilitation dynamics into the broader functioning of social and cognitive presence. Hence, you will not find teaching presence actually identified in the Folk model. This, however, implies that all members of the community share power, control, and responsibility respecting the nature and direction of collaborative learning, including elements such as selection of relevant information sources, choice of preferred digital devices and learning environments, negotiation of outcome, and participation in processes of assessment. Within this democratized context, the professional educator, like a servant leader, pursues the functional responsibility of empowerment and replaces directive communication with communication that promotes mutual exploration, questioning, and challenge. With respect to cognitive presence, Folk does not privilege any particular model of inquiry. Given that the existence of a canonical scientific method is highly contested, in Folk, the establishment of credibility criteria for judging knowledge claims becomes a collaborative community endeavor. Consistent with this epistemology, Folk fosters cognitive development through individual knowledge construction and collaborative discourse, rather than through the development of cognitive outcomes established by professional educators' direction and control.
Learning is always shaped by sociocultural context. Vygotsky and other representatives of Soviet psychological school considered the sociocultural environment not as a factor, but as a source of individuals' cognitive development. The American Dewey considered that individual experience and sociocultural aspects of learning are organically related. And yet, much social scientific educational research is performed with little regard for cultural context. My personal experience of growing up in Ukraine and now being married to a Canadian and living in two countries convinces our educational systems are driven by cultural values. But as researchers, can we address culture as a set of manageable variables? To answer this question, we explored several approaches and gravitated towards the empirical model of Dutch sociologist Geert Hofstede. His model continually resists criticism owing to its broad correlation with social and economic indicators. Hofstede's perspective is summed up with his phrase, "Culture is collective programming of the mind." He argues that common foundational values emerge in every society as a response to universal social problems, and these values function as predispositions to behavior. He suggests that cultural values have three key characteristics. They are shared, transmitted between generations, and organized. This organization is reflected to his classification of cultural values into key dimensions, 5 of which are shown in this slide, measured using a self-report instrument with results compared using 100-point indices. These 5 dimensions are as follows. Power distance, the extent to which the less powerful members of society accept inequality in power distribution. Individualism versus collectivism, the extent to which individuals are integrated into groups. In collectivist societies, the goals and well-being of the group are generally valued over those of the individual. Moreover, one's identity is largely defined in relation to the collective. Uncertainty avoidance. This scale measures tolerance for uncertainty and ambiguity. It relates to the way people deal with unknown situations and the stress of change. Masculinity versus femininity. This dimension relates to levels of stereotypical masculine values such as assertiveness, ambition, power, and competitiveness, as opposed to stereotypical feminine values focused on building and maintaining social relationships. Long-term orientation versus short-term orientation. Short-term oriented cultures depend heavily upon traditions and view social change with suspicion. Long-term oriented cultures are more pragmatic. These dimensions offer significant explanatory and predictive value for social studies, especially when comparing rather homogeneous cultural groupings. Of course, learning contexts vary, and we constantly exploring additional models and dimensions.
Within the framework of an institutional partnership between UOIT and Kiev National Economic University, and having received ethical approval at both institutions, a Ukrainian fully online graduate course and research study was implemented as a pilot project. The driving question was, might social constructivist online learning like that implemented at UOIT offer an effective model for transforming education at the micro level in Ukraine? The initial research design presented in this slide explored 3 sets of variables. First, we looked at digital competencies as measured by the International General Technology Competency and Use Survey tool. This online application asks individuals how frequently and with what level of confidence they perform certain activities across 4 dimensions of interaction: technical, informational, social, and computational, and with a specific hardware device, a desktop or laptop, a smartphone, or tablet. Frequency of activity measured on a 5-point Likert scale is considered a good indicator of competency on the assumption that transferable procedural knowledge is reinforced through repeated use. Confidence, or contextual self-efficacy, also measured on a 5-point scale, is considered an important indicator of an individual's motivational capacity to explore novel situations and address problems. Digital competency levels, measured by these indicators, function as mediators and moderators of successful collaborative learning in fully online environments. Second, we used Yo's CV scale to measure cultural values at the individual level, thus addressing problems of validity with Hofstede's own value survey instrument. The CV scale measures values across 5 dimensions: power distance, individualism, uncertainty avoidance, masculinity, and long-term orientation, although based on our literature review, we were focused primarily on the first 4. Third, we selected the community of inquiry model for exploring the quality of collaborative learning. As a process model, the COI does not focus on outcomes. Rather, it addresses 3 sets of learning transactions called social presence, cognitive presence, and teaching presence. These presences, which are overlapping and synergistic, are vital to the effective functioning of an online learning community. For example, open communication, a facet of social presence, builds trust, which in turn supports higher cognitive interactions, such as offering constructive feedback. Both the quantity and quality of COI interactions were measured through a validated survey instrument administered at the end of the course. We also produced multi-perspectival audio-video recordings of synchronous online sessions to facilitate discourse analysis. Finally, as an exploratory study, we collected open-ended participant feedback and interview data after the course. Additionally, an entire second stream of research focused on cross-cultural teaching was initiated by Dr. Mikolenko. Based on the General Technology Competency and Use Framework, shown top left, and using an international online survey application, shown bottom left, digital competency levels of course participants were analyzed as part of a larger study of 244 students and professors from KNEU in 2015. A full analysis was conducted along 4 dimensions and submitted for peer review publication. Here we provide one table of statistical findings related to informational competency, which includes searching, finding, evaluating, selecting, and using online information. A high level of informational competency is a core requirement for effective social constructivist online learning. Data shows that competency levels fall below the general readiness mark, set at 3.0, with only professors achieving this mark for accessing online articles. In fact, for this activity, we find a significant difference between the mean rank of professors and students. These findings align with our observations of synchronous sessions in which many students struggled to engage fully in activities requiring self-directed information access. Importantly, we found technical and social competencies to be higher. However, epistemological competencies related to effective concept mapping and data visualization, manipulation, and analysis was very low and thus require attention.
With respect to Ukrainian values data, we created a group profile of course participants and related it to Hofstede's national profiles of Ukraine and Canada. There were notable findings. The power distance of the course participants measured 2.5 times lower than that of Ukraine, and even slightly lower than the Canadian average. This suggests student preference for non-hierarchical learning. Related to this, individualism measured much higher than the Ukrainian average, although still below the Canadian average. Therefore, it seems that although collectivist values are present, students have adopted a more individualistic mindset. This presents an opportunity to encourage individual expression and respectful competition, for example, game-based activity. The uncertainty avoidance level indicates that respect for tradition remains strong. However, levels fall well below the Ukrainian average. This suggests greater openness for entrepreneurial and risk-taking behavior than the older generation socialized with Soviet ideology. In summary, the cultural profile of this group across 3 dimensions appears closer to Canadian than Ukrainian values. This finding aligns, for example, with the work of Svetnenko and Vinogradov 2014 about Maidan values. The only significant exception is the high commitment to long-term orientation, which means tendency towards delayed gratification, which may in fact offer competitive advantages over some forms of short-term thinking. We finish with highlighting key themes in student learning reflections collected at the end of this course. 12 responses were received. Using an emergent coding method, the responses were tagged and the number of students expressing the theme counted. The most popular topics relate to freedom of speech, opportunities for self-expression, reduction of authoritarian relationships, and digital skills.
Reflecting on the pilot course and research findings to date, we continue to see potential for democratized social constructivist learning as a catalyst for the transformation of education from below in Ukraine. Of course, many challenges remain, and these relate, among other things, to infrastructure, digital competencies, pedagogy, culture, and economics. During the implementation of the pilot program, the instructor was asked to resign from her position as an associate professor of KNEU. University administration required all instructors to be physically present at the university. This policy has since changed, but there is still little official value attached to online teaching. This situation may speak to the disempowerment of formal academic leaders in Ukraine. highly atomized networks of cooperation, and general economic challenge exacerbate the problem. Of course, partnership programs introduce their own special challenges. The instructor of this course found it extremely challenging to insert a Canadian learning model into a Ukrainian context. Moreover, by being physically present in Canada, she was effectively positioned between two cultures, having to manage two sets of interests and expectations, without the full institutional support of either side. These differences in interests and expectations related to roles and responsibilities, teaching and student learning behaviors, use of learning objects, and professional identity. In the end, it became obvious that 1, more integration with Ukrainian academic stakeholders is required, and 2, our research needed to extend beyond the immediate learning context to consider broader socioeconomic factors. Unlike traditional or industrialized distance learning, social constructivist learning does not so easily leverage economies of scale. The emphasis placed on collaborative activity, the experience of each learner, and authentic activities co-created by learners and instructors implies great variability and high levels of interpersonal interaction. Very little collaborative learning research addresses the economic side of online learning or the challenges of a post-Soviet environment. Although significant research has been done in relation to the economics of cooperative digital learning, albeit in a Scandinavian country. We recently sought perceptions from digital leaders at several Ukrainian universities. 2 heads of online learning departments, one at KNEU and one at Sumy State University, responded to our questions via email, one in English and other in Ukrainian. They suggested online learning in Ukraine is in an embryo state, and its future depends on the capacities of institutions to find ways to develop a technology infrastructure and support competency development and innovative practices of their professors.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the first online conference, Higher Education Reform in Post-Maidan Ukraine. My name is Katerina Simak. I'm a PhD student at the National University of Ostroy Academy. I'm going to present some preliminary findings of my research on topic of new reforms in student academic mobility in Post-Maidan Ukraine. Here's a list of what I'm going to speak about. In the light of recent reforms regarding international dimension of higher education in post-Maidan Ukraine, the current situation can be characterized by the following: implementation of regulation framework for academic mobility of students, enhanced cooperation of Ukrainian higher education establishment with the partners abroad, especially Europe and North America, focus on overcoming obstacles retaining international students in Ukraine due to the ongoing military conflict on the east of Ukraine, engaging Ukraine to international and supranational collaboration in science and education, for instance Horizon 2020, PISA, TALIS, etc. Previous studies conducted by researchers both in Ukraine and abroad had demonstrated that since liberation and dignity, the new democratic government, Ukraine has shown a positive tendency towards internationalization of higher education. The problem of academic mobility of students from the national and international perspective have been studied by numerous Ukrainian and foreign scholars. In our study, the data provided by Ukrainian universities' website as well as critical analysis of scientific literature has been used. Conclusions come from the data analysis of reports and newsletters of Ministry of Education, University International Departments websites, and reports of non-governmental organizations, for instance SEDES. The obstacles were identified with the help of interviewing Ukrainian students during Education in Canada Fair on February 20, 2016 in Lviv, Ukraine. Speaking of the results of the study, it should be mentioned that the new law on higher education, Decree number 1556, serve to be prerequisite to the development of regulatory framework on the subject of academic mobility of students, which resulted in Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine regulation on the implementation procedure of academic mobility right, Decree number 579. As for the new law on higher education, Article number 1 of this law specifies the definition of academic mobility as an opportunity for students to participate in the educational process to learn, teach, train, or conduct research activities in another higher education institution or research institution in Ukraine or abroad. Articles of the regulation on the implementation procedure of academic mobility right define academic mobility types, forms, and implementation. In particular, it is stated that academic mobility right can be implemented on the basis of international agreements on cooperation in education and research, international programs, projects, interinstitutional cooperation agreements between national higher education institutions and foreign higher education institutions. There are two main types of academic mobility: credit mobility and degree mobility. As for degree mobility, it is defined as study at higher education institution different from the place of education, with the aim to obtain a higher education degree, which is evidenced by a document or documents on higher education or higher education degree of 2 or more higher education institutions. Credit mobility, on the contrary, is defined as study at higher education institution different from place of education, with the aim to accumulate a CTS credits or relevant competencies, learning outcomes, maybe without a CTS credit, which will be recognized by the home higher education institution. The general period of study for such participants of credit mobility programs remain unchanged. According to the regulation, there are 3 forms of academic mobility of students: academic mobility programs, language internship, and research internship. Even though it is stated that students are placed in scholarship are retained during the learning, internship, or research or training at the moment of higher education institution, with accordance to the legislation based on the signed interinstitutional agreement on academic mobility, if the scholarship is not provided by the academic mobility program. In practice, though, both students and university administrators claim that problems still occur when it comes to scholarship of students, as this regulation also needs to be revised by and approved by Minister of Finance of Ukraine. The study revealed that some leading Ukrainian universities have already successfully developed and adopted regulations on academic mobility of students and have academic mobility offices operating. For instance, Center for International Academic Mobility at Kyiv National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. In the next slides, I would like to bring to your attention the screenshots of some other academic mobility offices or departments or centers taken from the university's official website. For instance, Unit for International Academic Mobility is a part of International Affairs Office at Sumy State University, is working to enhance university's strategy of internationalization and to promote global cooperation of universities, which implies selection of international exchange programs, summer schools for students, etc., organizing presentations and meetings for students regarding studying abroad, preparing documents to study abroad, coordination of the EU grant mobility programs, etc. Academic Mobility Office at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv is another example. On a regular basis, the representatives of this office conduct trainings for students and professors at different departments, and they disseminate information about upcoming deadlines for mobility programs, as well as they provide guidance and give instructions with regard to filling in the documents, signing contracts, etc. Obviously, there are some universities in Ukraine that have been practicing academic mobility for many decades, but the overwhelming majority of Ukrainian higher education institutions has become actively engaged into it only in recent years. Another example is the Department of International Programs and Academic Mobility, which is a structural unit and a part of Center for International Relations at Karazin Kharkiv National University. What is more, Karazin Kharkiv National University is one of the Ukrainian universities which is popular with international students. Moreover, now academic mobility is not of declarative nature, but it is rather a prerequisite to internalization of higher education, and the academic mobility of students as a form of internalization is becoming an integral part of university life at the present time. As far as the degree mobility is concerned, I would like to point out that according to the data presented by the Ministry of Education, in 2012-2013 academic year, there were 60,000 international students studying in Ukraine. In 2013-2014 academic year, there were almost 70,000 international students studying. But in 2014-2015, there were around only 63 international students. As we can see, in 2014-2015 academic year, the number of international students at the Ukrainian higher education institutions has dropped dramatically. Experts claim that it must have been due to unstable political and economic situation in Ukraine and the breakout of a military conflict in the east of Ukraine. While taking into consideration the analytical report of status, it has been defined that the number of Ukrainian students at foreign universities during 2013-2014 academic year was roughly 46,000 only. Even though there is a positive tendency in dynamic growth of Ukrainian students abroad, which indicates that outbound mobility is quite dynamic, and among top destination countries for Ukrainian students, there are Poland, Canada, Germany, Czech Republic, Italy, the USA, and others. But the risks lie in brain drain, as those students tend not to come back to Ukraine. Therefore, there is a need to promote credit mobility. Taking into account credit mobility, it should be indicated that statistics is relatively low, which implies that Ukrainian students are not yet actively involved in the credit mobility programs. In the framework of European Union Erasmus Plus program, entitled Learning Mobility, Credit Mobility Action, students can go abroad for 3 up to 12 months, and some students may receive grants for studying or being trained abroad, totally up to 12 months. Total number of Ukrainian higher education institutions that won mobility projects in 2015 was only 127, which amount to 1,661 Ukrainian students participating in credit mobility program in 2015. The number slightly increased in 2016, but not rapidly. Among the Ukrainian higher education institutions which were participating in this project, there were Uzhhorod National University, Odessa Mechnikov National University, Kyiv National Linguistic University, Ivan Franko National University of Lviv, Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Zaporizhzhia National University, and many others. Regarding statistics for joint programs, in 2014 there were around only 30 graded joint programs for master and PhD students within Erasmus+, and in 2015 around 40 graduate programs. Poor dissemination of information about mobility programs for Ukrainian students within existing intergovernmental agreements and signed interinstitutional memorandums of understanding, insufficient foreign language skills, problems with recognition of results achieved abroad, and many others. Since the implementation of new law on higher education, Ukrainian universities have gained autonomy, and now they can run academic mobility programs within interinstitutional agreements. Despite emerging difficulties, Ukrainian universities are actively engaging into international collaboration through mobility programs, joint programs, double degree programs, etc. But also there is an urgent necessity for provincial universities to promote exercising the right to academic mobility of students in order to enable efficacious international study abroad experience for students, as they are the leaders of Ukraine's future. You can also see the list of references. And I would like to thank you all for your attention. May you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. I'm available via email and also on Scientific Networks Academia Edu ResearchGate. As a young scientist, I will highly appreciate your comments and feedbacks as well. Also, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the conference for giving me a chance to take part in this conference and to present my presentation today. Thank you a lot.
Good day, everyone. My name is Natalia Olifarchuk, and I'm a graduate research assistant for the research project Democratic Reform of the Government of Ukraine, Reform of Education. I'm an educational policy studies graduate student and completed my Bachelor of Arts program in Ukraine, Lviv, Ivan Franko Lviv National University. In winter 2016, I took an individual course on post-secondary reform in Ukraine at University of Alberta and conducted a case study on the attitudes of the academic community in Lviv, Ukraine towards the new law on higher education. As the result of this case study, I wrote a paper which explores the needs of the Ukrainian higher education system for the new post-secondary reform and discusses obstacles and challenges delaying the education reforms in Ukraine despite the continuous efforts to reform the higher education system for the last 25 years. It provides an overview of the reforms Ukrainian education has undergone since the collapse of the Soviet Union. The paper considers the major provisions of the new law on higher education and their alignment with the requirements of the Bologna process. The progress of internationalization in higher education in Ukraine continues to be challenged by tensions and instability created by escalating hostilities with Russia. However, a new law on higher education adopted July 1, 2014 proposes coherent strategies to optimize university autonomy, provides frameworks for effective oversight, promises to intensify local university research, and brings transformative innovations to current university approaches to internationalization. It is very important to point out that Ukrainian university entered all these reforms, including the Bologna process and a new law on higher education in 2014, with a different degree of autonomy from the state and different level of financial support. These factors slow down the implementation of the reforms. These reforms are also taking place alongside major anti-corruption initiatives in all sectors of society. While there has been discussion about educational reforms in Ukraine for the last 25 years and the adoption of the new law on higher education in 2014, little has been explored in terms of the needs of Ukrainian higher education system for the new post-secondary reform. Very little information has been gathered on which initiatives have been taken to change post-secondary education in Ukraine since the new law on higher education was adopted in July 2014. The scope of the study was to gather some information on which these initiatives had been taken to change post-secondary education in Ukraine since 2014. The research question that guided this study is: what are the attitudes of the academic community in Lviv, Ukraine, towards the new law on higher education? The research participants were instructors and professors from the Ukrainian universities in Lviv. Semi-structured interviews were chosen to get the insight on the awareness of the Bologna process and the new law on higher education of the instructors and professors as one of the main participants in these processes. A qualitative research study design was used to answer the research question since the process of reform is still in progress. The case study met ethical guidelines set up and approved by University of Alberta. The data from the interviews has shed light on the process of the implementation of the new law on higher education and its reform in different institutions. In particular, university professor and lecturer participants have identified their perceptions of sources of agency and resistance, drivers and obstacles to the reforms. The results obtained by interviewing the university professors and lecturers allow to state the positive or negative general attitude towards the new reforms in Ukraine, the level of Ukrainian higher education readiness to the reforms in question, and about the correspondence of the new reforms to the contemporary economic and social conditions of Ukraine. There is much to be done until the reforms implemented could have the maximal positive effect and not provoke rejection from the people involved. The general awareness and attitude to the new reforms were positive. However, the respondents shared the same view that Ukraine has to overcome certain difficulties in order to achieve the goals. This paper consists of 4 parts. The introduction part gives an overview on higher education in Ukraine. Part 2 presents a historical overview of the higher education system development in Ukraine and explains the peculiarities of Ukrainian higher education system since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Part 3 introduces the findings of the interviews held in big universities in Ukraine. It summarizes the findings of the research and discusses the possible further researches in this field. Part 4 presents the conclusion. It is also very important to stress out that the 25 years of independence is not enough for the transition from a Soviet collective ideology to a Western individualistic mentality, from highly centralized to a free market economy, especially if these processes are worsened by a severe crisis in all spheres of people's life. Ukraine has inherited a very centralized education system, and there was an urgent need for developing a new democratic system. Since 1991, the Ukrainian government introduced a number of reforms aimed at changing from a Soviet to the European system, with an emphasis on humanities and cultural areas. In 1996, the Constitution of Ukraine was adopted, and new priorities for education were shaped and brought into practice through a state national program education. Taking into account the development of European and world cooperation in conditions of globalization, the Ministry of Education of Ukraine developed the National Doctrine of Education Development, which was approved by the President of Ukraine's decree dated April 17, 2012. Adopting the Bologna process helped address some of the existing problems of Ukrainian higher education, such as corruption, the absence of connection between the education and work markets, the excess number of specialties and universities in general, and the low level of universities' autonomy. Ukrainian national identity is formed by the history of communist ideology and a collective mentality. There is the necessity of a shift in mentality of both degree structures and educational values. To change this situation will take decades. Change is not accomplished simply by signing a declaration or adopting a new law. Ukrainian young people are a different generation of Ukrainians who are growing up in an independent country where national traditions are valued and where the Ukrainian identity is cherished. The development of independent thinkers able to critically evaluate information and respect contradicting opinions has been identified as one of the primary goals of this reform. The main current obstacles to the reform, as I have already mentioned, are corruption, economic situation in the country, and brain drain. Many of the Ukrainian scholars are fleeing the country, and that's a huge major problem for Ukrainian educational society. Period of reforms in Ukraine has been undergoing changing for more than 20 years, and it seems like there is no light at the end of the tunnel. As one Ukrainian lecturer, Andriy Domanovsky, said, "Everything has changed for the last 20 years in Ukraine, but nothing has changed." This statement describes the current state of reforms, political and social situation in Ukraine. People are tired of changes. Volodymyr Morinets, Doctor of Sciences in Philology, stated that the new law includes provisions for many reforms that will bring Ukrainian universities into compliance with the Bologna Agreement, will recognize foreign degrees, decentralize administration, simplify the bureaucracy, allow more control to university, expand student self-governance, and will promote transparency. This law is actually leading the universities to freedom. For this present research, 5 instructors and professors from 4 state national universities and 1 private university in Western Ukraine were interviewed. Universities were chosen because of their involvement in the new reforms, as these universities have been established during the Soviet era times and gained the national status during the independence of Ukraine. The interviewees were selected on the basis of their working experience and their involvement in the implementation of the reforms. Two of the interviewees have been working in the system of higher education for more than 20 years. The other 3 have been employed for 10 to 15 years. The names and contact information of the interviewees have been secured and no student or staff records were accessed. So the research problem was examined by the following research questions. I will repeat the research problem. What are the attitudes of the academic community in Lviv, Ukraine towards the new law on higher education? So this problem was examined by the following research questions. The interviewees were asked to explain what do they know about the Bologna process and where and how they learned these details. All of the participants agreed that the level of awareness of the university faculty and students about the Bologna process in general and its aims was very high. Then they were asked what they know of the components of the Bologna process and which of them have been implemented at their institution. Participants stated that the main provisions of the Bologna process have been implemented in their educational institutions. For example, diploma supplements, adoption of the two-cycle and credit systems, promotion of student mobility. Then they were asked if they heard anything about the new law on higher education adopted July 1st, 2014. All the participants were aware of the new reform, but the implementation process differed throughout the universities. Then they were asked if they noticed any changes at their institution over the last 2 years. Most of the participants were aware of the new law and its reforms and had noticed the changes, some positive and some negative, but they were not sure if it was because of the war in the country or the motivation of students. Then they were asked to provide their opinion on the new, what the new law had brought to their institution, and if that new law had brought their institution into compliance with the Bologna Agreement. Participants agreed that the new law would bring their institutions in compliance with the Bologna process, but felt that more time was needed before results would become apparent. The participants were asked of the advantages and disadvantages of the new law. All participants agreed that the main disadvantages were a decrease in the quality of education and lack of funding. The main advantages include provisions of autonomy of universities, recognitions of diploma obtained at foreign universities, strengthening of student self-governance, and student mobility and a compliance with academic integrity. The last question asked the participants about the suggestions they can make that the new law to make the new law more effective in their institution. Participants agreed that to make the new law on higher education more effective, a detailed review of a university's financial management was required. Involvement of private donors to enhancing funding of universities, establishment of a student loan system to create education more accessible to students, financial support to the educational institutions should be provided by the government. Interviewers' perceptions have been identified and categorized into the following findings. Implementation of shortcomings of the Bologna process and the new law on higher education adopted July 1st, 2014, observed advantages and observed disadvantages. In regards to implementation of shortcomings, the following findings have been identified. So there is a huge resistance to the changes and reforms, and the reasons for that are insufficient state funding of universities, insufficient training and resources, corruption at universities, and demotivation of students due to constant changes. Observed advantages have included the following categories: implementation of the diploma supplement, students' increased mobility, adoption of a two-cycle system, adoption of a credit system, recognition of foreign diplomas, autonomy of universities, expansion of students' self-governance, promotion of transparency. And the last but not least, observed disadvantages included only two subcategories. Decreased quality of education, and this is, I think, very huge problem for Ukrainian universities right now. And some of the participants mentioned that if we go towards the Bologna process, the loss of tradition of the national education is disappearing. So while interviewing, I have come to the conclusion that analyzing the impact of any reform, all factors should be taken into consideration which can influence the change, global and local. Given the natural disadvantages that Ukraine faced, the results of the Bologna process have been impressive. And the provisions of the new law adopted in 2014 will bring Ukrainian universities into compliance with the Bologna Agreement, will recognize foreign degrees, decentralize administration and simplify the bureaucracy, allow more autonomy to universities and expand student self-governance, and will definitely promote transparency. It just takes some time. Ukraine is full of highly educated people who are ready to make the transformation. As the former Minister of Education in Ukraine, Sergei Kvit, stated, Ukraine may be a post-Soviet state, but it is also a state where the revolution of dignity was able to take root and drive political changes and the growth of a new and robust civil society. Reforming education has been an ongoing process in Ukraine since 1991. Adoption of the new law on higher education can pave the avenue to transition into the new educational system initiated by the Bologna process and have the potential to bring about positive changes in Ukrainian system of higher education. In future, more universities from different regions of Ukraine could be involved into this research. It could be interesting to compare the attitudes and views on the new law on higher education and its provisions from different participants of different universities. This study can benefit institutions which are experiencing a similar transition, keeping in mind the individual history, culture, location, financial resources, students, and staff. Thank you for listening, and your questions are very welcome. Please email to oliferchuk@mcEwan.ca. Thank you, and have a great day. Bye.
Thank you to all of our participants. Thank you to our audience. This concludes our presentation portion of the two conferences, and now we proceed to our roundtable discussion. In our roundtable, we have 4 presenters today. Our first presenter will be Dr. Lada Bilanyuk from the University of Washington, where she teaches at the Department of Anthropology. Our second presenter will be Dr. Roman Petryshin, former director of the Ukrainian Research Development Center at McEwan University and currently an adjunct professor in educational psychology at the University of Alberta. Our third presenter will be Dr. Gerald Kachur, a professor in the Department of Educational Policy Studies at the University of Alberta. And our fourth presenter will be Dr. Olenka Bilash, professor of secondary language education at the Faculty of Education at the University of Alberta, and the project lead of the Research Initiative on Democratic Reforms in Ukraine project. I would like to welcome our participant and begin with Dr. Bilanyuk.
Thank you very much. It's been very enriching to be part of this conference, to hear all the exciting papers which bring such a fascinating array of data and approaches and possible applications. And so what I'd like to talk about is to just trace out some of the common themes that came up in the papers, which we all listened to at a rather intense and quick pace. The things I'd like to talk about are 3 major categories. The first one of these is categories, the categories and categorization. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the complexity and inadequacy of categories and labels, and also relating to that, affect and rationality and emotion. And then finally, to talk about some of the problems and potential practical solutions that the insights that were brought up today could bring. So categories, categorization, and labeling. Many of us struggle in our research with how to grapple with the fact that what do we call the patterns that we're finding? And some of the ones that we continue to use are Ukrainian versus Russian, Ukrainophone versus Russophone. Also, Eastern Ukrainian, Western Ukrainian. More broadly, European versus Slavic or Orthodox or East-leaning pro-Russian. Another category that was discussed was the idea of citizen versus immigrant. So we need all these categories to conceptualize, to put order on the world. So categorization, this sort of categorization is part of, a basic part of human cognition. And we can't do without them, and yet it's important to recognize, although we sometimes treat them that way, that they're not givens, that they're rather using these categories as part of the work that we do in creating the world around us. They are how we impose order on all that chaos. And so there's power in these categories, and at the basic root is the us and them division. Who is other? And you can find this in all of the things I talked about in how we apply labels such as Ukrainophone or Russophone or European or non-European. So a lot of the papers showed in careful detail how it is that language and discourse are used in social media exchanges, in the news media, in order to draw borders, both internally within Ukraine and also externally. Well, externally, again, that's another distinction. What is internal, what is external, but as in the media of the Netherlands, France, and Russia. And so whether we're talking about people's internal individual categories or ideological categories constructed in the media, this idea of construction is very important to keep in mind, that even though we can't seem to get away from using these labels, but to really keep in mind that the use of a label is an action, that it's a world-creating force. Now, here is one paradox. We had some people mention that people are choosing to change their language identification, choosing to change their mother language. When people choose to do this, they're often acting according to an essentialist ideology. So, I'm Ukrainian, my native language should be Ukrainian. And yet the very fact that they are transforming themselves, converting themselves from, say, a Russophone identity, Ukrainophone identity, undermines this essentialist idea. I think we can overcome this paradox if we get away from the idea of monolingual, mono-ethnic, unitary identities, but embrace the fact that any unitary identity is an imposed construct, that all of us have many shadings of language and identity based on how we've grown up. And some of the papers also talked about different regional identities, different degrees of regional identities. So this isn't so new. I mean, even I think when Ukraine first became independent, the first census, there were so many people who said that Ukrainian is their native language, even if they didn't speak it so much. That's been well documented. But rather than treating that as an aberration, I think more and more the papers are showing how that kind of choice, self-assertion, is part of self-creation. The potential for self-creation, for performativity, has been evidenced also, especially with the huge impact of the Maidan and the war in the East and annexation, how that spurred people to claim and take action in self-construction. And yet some of the papers also showed us how strong the hegemony of an existing system still is, that the Russian dominance in urban areas or in the media still has an important impact in creating these the environment in which people's individual habitus is constructed. So we have both potential for performativity, but we also see the inertia of a pre-existing social system. Okay, so the category is important, but the complexity and fluidity of categories, many of the papers discussed the various aspects, whether neurological conditions or psychological factors, ideas of self-conceptualization, affect, emotion, that all these things play an important role. These visceral reactions are part of the driving force in what plays a role in nation building. It seems that more of the papers are paying attention to that. So to conclude, practical applications, Marika in an email asked me, I in my talk had suggested that we can have both standards and non-standards. So the question is, can we have our cake and eat it too? Can we have our categories and yet acknowledge the complexity of it? Can we have both purism and diversity if we talk about language? Can we have both a civic, inclusive Ukrainian identity and an innovation of a uniquely Ukrainian culture and language? And I think that ultimately, in talking back to democratization and what a democratic language regime would be, we need to distinguish individual freedoms and democratic responsibilities in a nation state. There is a certain practicality to having a single official language, but that's very different than envisioning a monolingual, monoethnic, one language, one nation kind of situation. So I think that recognizing people's individual freedom to speak what they want, but responsibility in institutional context to speak a certain language, that's very different from private or unofficial freedoms. And one thing I think could bridge this is through pedagogy. So for example, if we don't teach children that the language they're coming with is awful, it's Turkic. So this is with Ebonics, with African American English in the United States, has been done an innovative program where children are taught and said, okay, that was Ebonics. How would you say that in standard? For children to learn that linguistic diversity, standards and non-standards are part of the natural state of things. And that, yes, we have a right place and a right time for standard, but to get away from that strong rhetoric of, that's horrible language. So that is one idea, to take the ideas that we in college and graduate school acknowledge as parts of understanding linguistic situation, and why not bring that into the elementary and high school level, that could create more understanding. Thank you.
Well, in my case, I came to the meeting knowing that the Research Initiative on Democratic Reforms in Ukraine is dealing with changes of the government. I was curious to hear about the legislation and language shifts that are occurring, and to see what's being said, in particular to one question that I brought with me to the meeting. And that question was simply this. Will Ukraine be entering the EU as a country with 2 or 1 official languages? So when Ukraine begins to prepare for the EU, will the principal language remain Russian as it is now, with dominant in the economy and media, or will with Ukrainian as a minority language, I would say, less dominant, so that will Ukraine have that situation, something like perhaps Belgium in the EU, or will Ukraine be entering the EU as a single official state language, socially homogeneous, and perhaps with a very developed bilingual Ukrainian programs, that is to say Ukrainian-Russian bilingual programs, Ukrainian-Polish, Ukrainian-Slovak, and so on, along with an international language like English or German. So which of these 2 choices would I hear recommended at this particular discussion? So, and I'm mindful of Karen Christom's comments from the University of Texas, and she said, and I think I got this down correctly, political arrest has affected the attitudes of Russian teachers in Ukraine. If not resolved, it could lead to conflict. So the language issue has this potential of conflict, and I'm curious to see what we might have learned. Now, coming to the meeting, along with Natalia Oljuferchuk, who made the comment that she views the world both global and locally simultaneously. My own preference is to see this subject structurally in a historical framework, to see how it's impacted by state and politics. I'm looking for the big picture to try to understand Ukraine's language choices, particularly with respect to what's happening in the economy, as well as individual choices. And all of this to be understood in some large comparative framework to give us some deeper understanding. And we did have a very interesting paper, for me at any rate, with respect to the experience of Croatia and Ukraine. Now, when I take my framework and look at the variety of papers that we were presented, which, by the way, I found very stimulating, intense, and made tremendous number of notes, very grateful to the organizers of this meeting. What I was looking for was the research that was not commented on at all. So, for example, I did not hear anything said about the history of Ukrainian language. That is to say, what has happened in the last 5 or 6 generations, the last 100 years, let's take as a case in point. What happened after the end of Tsarism, the Soviet Union, post-communism, and now the independence of Ukraine. I didn't hear anything said much about the loss of the Crimea, that is the Russian speakers, or the situation of 7% loss of the population of Donbass. Not much about the Kivalov-Kolesnichenko law, as if it was not in effect, and yet it is. There doesn't seem to be any preparation or any work at the moment, as this meeting showed, in the preparation for the new census of Ukraine, where we will see dramatic new numbers with respect to Russian and Ukrainian language proportions in Ukraine. So there's a variety of subjects from a historical perspective that remain to be done. The conference has stimulated these questions for me and tells me that we need to have more meetings, more conferences in the future, but perhaps with a narrower framework. For example, what has the break with Russia economically done to the use of language in the economic sector? The Russian economy, in fact, is stagnant. What does that mean for the Ukrainian language? Not much has been said about the effects of the war on Ukrainian language. Now, war and the army is a unifying, homogenizing force in nation-state building. And the image I get is that the language question is not being reviewed. There doesn't seem to be an attempt at language planning. Now, the business of the absence of that subject of language planning is perhaps understandable by the lack of financing and interest from the Ukrainian government and its lack of a priority. When I looked at Prime Minister Groisman's recent report a week or 10 days ago on his achievements, the question of language was not on the list. And with respect to culture, we see plans for Eurovision 2017, which has become a political issue, but not really a cultural issue per se. So that it seems to me that in the near future, we're not going to see the capacity on the part of government to fund research, which means that that research has to be carried over by, let's call it civil society in Ukraine. Much as we heard in the presentation with respect to culture, where there was an alliance of people developing a plan of action for the development of culture, perhaps without a Ministry of Culture in Ukraine for the future. I'm not sure that will be the case with universities in Ukraine in the future, but it certainly does accent the importance of the role of civil society in Ukraine post-Maidan. In the field of language itself, it seems to me that we need to develop research with respect to status of the language, whether it's not, what languages are genuinely going to be official in the future constitution of Ukraine, what standards are going to be required of national languages. We need to take a look at the question of acquisition of languages. We had some very interesting papers given, I thought, by, I've forgotten, I've lost the names in front of me at the moment, but our early speakers yesterday from central Ukraine. And we also need to better understand, as Dr. Villeneuve pointed out, the corpus of languages in Ukraine. So at least 3 different kinds of research in language is necessary by the civil society in Ukraine for us to begin to develop a planning model. And for the sake of discussion, I'm going to suggest my own bias, and I don't know that it was asserted or not asserted in Ukraine, but I see Ukraine really as a trilingual, having a policy of trilingualism, in which Ukrainian receives affirmative action for some whatever period of time to become the genuine official state language of Ukraine, hegemonous language of Ukraine, but very strongly supported by bilingual combinations of languages, because so many people in Ukraine, particularly in the border regions, are trilingual. And in addition to that, the language model for Ukraine seems to me to require some sort of status for international languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for inviting me to participate. This is my first detailed involvement with an online conference. I'm still a little ambiguous about it. I'm probably very much old school. I like to meet people, many more people. I'd like to meet the people who are doing the presentations. And so I think my comment on the online conference itself, it should be marked as an important point for analysis, because we're doing and we're learning at the same time. So I thank Olenka for the work that she does and has done in learning how to do this in each process. And I knew as a true pedagogue, she's always thinking about how to make it better. So that'd be my first point. My next point is what I found really important in the presentations was the commitment to kind of an interdisciplinarity an approach. I found it very rewarding to meet with people, for example, with the background in linguistics or social anthropology or policy analysis, just even closely related to some of the work that I do, but from a different angle. And I really appreciate that. And I found a lot of a range, as well as moving from specifics to contexts. And I think that's a really valuable thing to do. I'm not one in favor of eliminating disciplines. I think we need disciplines to have interdisciplinarity, but I like to get together. And I found that really valuable. Another point I would like to point out, and it may be because I've been alerted to this, is even though the conference is about language, culture, and education at the higher levels, I still find a great absence of what I would call economic sociology of all kinds, in terms of the material basis of life of people and how that intersects with what they actually do and the kind of needs that they have. And I think this has been brought home to me mainly because I work in the field of education, where I think there's a really strong idealism and romanticism in education and the power of ideas and influence. And but at the same time, by doing the work on higher education, I've learned that you can't ignore the economic. And so when I saw the presentations on higher education, you could see that come really clearly. When we talk about education, it's always about economics now also. And I think the focus on culture and language is good, the focus on government and law is good, and focus on higher education has brought us to looking at sociology of the economy. And that might take us away from escaping into either kind of econometrics that's quite popular and left to the economists, and also various forms of what my colleague Peter Mayo calls Jurassic Marxism, the dinosaur Marxism, a kind of a vulgar form. But with that, moving to some of the insightful Weberian and Marxist analysis that are required to look at culture and education. My next point is, I think it's important to focus on and see the importance. What I learned from the conference is the complexity of Ukrainian life. I think that really came home, as well as culture and education and the variability of that, and how important it is to do on-the-ground research to look for the differences that manifest themselves in clear ways. I think it also reveals, in a sense, how much or how little how much ignorance there is actually in North America or in the EU and Canada in particular, even with the large Ukrainian community, about events in Ukraine and what's going on there. And I think Ukraine has been the most highly profiled, as I've seen in many years, and yet it's still very difficult to see on the picture screen. The other point that's been raised by other people, and I noticed quite clearly, is this: there is an intense binary that I would say infects much of the conceptualization and categorization of life, and it might be a product of the kind of conflicts that Ukrainians are facing and the Ukrainian state is trying to deal with. I think the Ukrainians' role as an in-between place has become really important for me, and I think this idea of West and not West forced me, even in my presentation, to what I say, think in fives instead of twos or ones. And that's why I presented. I think we can think with more numbers beyond the 1 or 2 and 3 and 4, and maybe look at some of the gaps also in those relationships. Another point that really struck me is what one of the speakers used, the complexity of the language ecology of the Ukrainian territory. At the same time, if we bring in the diaspora with that, it's highly complex. At the same time, as I've also learned that when imperial powers get involved, those differences can be used as strengths or weaknesses. But I think it's important to recognize it in that it's not essentialized in that sense, that it's a given that it can be shaped. What I learned, particularly for myself in all this, is that how important language itself is to Ukrainians in terms of their ethno-cultural identity. I always knew it was and is because of my own background, but what falls away with the focus on language are issues that are really close in other parts of the world, and that is issues of race or issues of folkways or religion or the nature of foreignness, let's say dealing with immigration issues and that. And so that was kind of a gap that I see in focusing on language, but became really central to my own thinking that language is really crucial for Ukrainian people in thinking about their life and the good life. Also, areas of gender and sexuality and intergenerational politics is not really an important element that might come out a little bit more in thinking about community and what that is. And that means, I would say that shows that within Ukraine there's still a very deep patriarchal order that needs to be explicated. When I think about communities, then I think also about the importance of ethnological approaches and analysis, and that should be the case. We need to do that, but we can't forget about the political economy and other relations, especially the ecological situation of the planet itself and how that might play out. And I would say the priorities in Ukraine are not there as they are, for example, in Canada. One of the things that really came to the forefront for me was what I would call the emergence of an in-between space that's being missed in the analysis. Maybe it's a product of the binary, but in terms of positioning analysis as external or internal, there's this whole emerging space that's a product, you might call it as part of globalization. There's kind of an ideological ecumenicalism that transcends borders. A religion is a very good area to look at for that. Also, the globalization of the planet through economics is highly transnational. And finally, the war machinery and how it's integrated is very transnational, that I think that crashes against the boundaries of internal and external analysis. Finally, I would say that What I learned also from my own research preparing for this paper is the significant opportunities that are open to what might be called in modernization theory, late developers. Because late developers have this opportunity, and I noticed this discussion between Germany and Finland, that Finland has an opportunity to do things whereas Germany didn't because of more of a latecomer. And I think Ukraine has many problems, but at the same time it has many possibilities because even though things seem like they're behind, they actually may provide the possibility for a new and emerging positiveness. Thank you.
Thanks. So like everyone else, I also have had an intensive and very stimulating couple of days listening to presentations that focused on language as well as on higher education, and particularly where they intersected. I came into the conference with a couple of questions. One was, who is conducting research and what are they researching? And so I came out with a sense of research being conducted literally all over the globe, and I think that's very positive. I also had a sense that what's being researched are issues that at a macro, meso, exo, micro level, and that probably there's a need right now to both digest what we were exposed to and also perhaps integrate it into some larger frameworks. So a few frameworks that come to my mind are, one would be Hornberger's work on status planning. I think that might help us situate the many languages that were discussed and some of the legal positions that some languages hold. A second one would have been Bronfenbrenner's ecological theory. And although it's a bit dated, he added to his conceptual framework a chronosystem. And I think a chronosystem is a useful way of taking a picture of what's happening linguistically at a period of time. And so if we could take the data that we've collected now and say, this is what things look like in 2016, or go back and based on prior research, what things looked like in 1990, 2000. I think we might be able to better see some of the changes that have been taking place. And that is, of course, one of the essences of our work here. What changes are taking place. I think also that, as Lada earlier mentioned, there was considerable talk about affect. And so we have to begin to look at models that will, or theoretical perspectives that will enable us to fully digest that. And so I was thinking of the role that Deleuze and Guattari and psychoanalytic theory might be able to provide in helping us to interpret some of that. I appreciated the breadth of frameworks that we looked at, and particularly the threads that seem to come back frequently to the question of Ukraine as a nation state. And that led me to wonder about Ukraine as a weak state or as a strong state. And I think that we could revisit the data presented and the interpretations and ask deeper questions in that light. I also was really struck by a few presenters who talked about or who described in some ways the processes that they were going through. And I shouldn't say that they described explicitly, it was probably more an implicit picture that I gathered of the need for young academics or existing academics in Ukraine to go through a whole process of developing a new habitus a la Bourdieu in terms of how can they participate in international dialogue, in the international academic community. And I think that that's an issue that I hope would be explored in the future as well. I was quite struck by some of the new and emerging products that I noticed, particularly Lada's mention of the book, the Surjik book, and I noticed at the end of the book, when there were these characters that were giving perspectives, it reminded me of a kind of a chat line. And in the work I do with LinguaPax, one of the things that we're looking at, and LinguaPax is an international organization that's sort of monitoring what's happening with all languages around the globe, and particularly smaller language groups. And so the emergence of these new products with translanguaging as well was, I think, very exciting and worth further exploration. And some of that came up in some of the talks as well. I also see that a major issue, although it didn't surface steadily, is the issue of compliance. So it's one thing to have fought for the creation of laws and policies and try to create structures that will enable them to be enacted, but then there's the issue of compliance, and that came up in a number of presentations, and I think that is a barrier that needs to be further explored. So I think the final thing that I'd like to say is, or another question asked was, how would this online format work? And I'm struck by the fact that we had over 300 participants yesterday, over 200 participants today. Some of them might be the same people, but nevertheless, it would be unlikely that people from 4 or 5 continents would have been able to gather in one place. And so I feel that this format really has something to offer. And we still have to work out the kinks of how can we increase interaction, meet people, and I think that'll be an interesting pedagogy to explore. I also think that I'd like to sort of put this into the perspective of the whole RIDRU project. So when we began about 1.5 years ago, we set as a number of goals the creation of 3 online conferences. Yesterday and today accounted for 2 of those, and we have a 3rd one coming up. We also set out to bring people into contact through dialogue and through sharing presentations, and we've seen a number of these that have led up to this conference, and I hope that as a result of this conference, some of the speakers will be able to join our continued discussions and presentations, because that's the way to have information shared as it's being worked through, and not just as it's being finalized or when it is finalized. So the process of this project, I think, is well underway. We see that there are people around the globe that are interested and possibly also looking for these kinds of communities. So this conference is a stepping stone to other kinds of sharing milieus. And we have, for example, scheduled in December 8th and 9th, please mark your calendars, a symposium that's going to look in much more detail at reform in higher education. We've invited the former minister and former president of NUCMA, Dr. Serhii Kvit, and he will be in attendance. We will be seeking ways to bring other participants into that discussion through online social media. And we will, I think that the data that we've gathered today will be able to be further explored, raise new questions for that more in-depth conversation on December 8th and 9th. Perhaps in closing, I would like to thank a number of people who worked very diligently behind the scenes to make this possible. Claire Peters, Grant Wang, who are on site today, but especially Alexander Pankiev for all of his work in taking the videos that people sent in and assembling them. I'd like to acknowledge and thank all of the participants for the work that they did in not only preparing their papers, but also the additional technological work to make this conference run smoothly. Special also congratulations or thanks to Susan Rajakaruna, who worked behind the scenes as well, to Alena Deshkiuska for her work in bringing her team together and creating an excellent online program, as well as all of the reviews that were necessary and for helping everything run smoothly. I'd like to acknowledge the grant that we received through ALA from the Faculty of Arts visiting speaker to bring Lada Bilaniuk in, and for the support from the Cool Institute of Advanced Studies for the support in this 3-year project. Not to mention all of our funders and supporters whose logos appear on who have been appearing throughout this conference on the site. I hope and would like to encourage all of the participants in this conference to continue to develop their work, particularly based on the chat that we've been having or additional email exchanges, and put that work into publication. Without these publications, we cannot really create a body of research upon which we can all build, and the researchers who are up and coming will be able to continue to build. So thank you to all for your participation in this conference. We hope that the dialogue is just beginning and certainly not over. Thank you.